Commissioner Dillard,
Here.
Commissioner Gathua,
Yes.
Commissioner Kichi,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Krebs,
Here.
Commissioner Merritt. Here. Commissioner Simmons
Here.
and Commissioner Tassinari.
Here.
There's no one online.
Not yet.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read the Native American land acknowledgement. If you want to.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We meet today in the community of Iowa City, which now occupies the homelands of Native American nations to whom we owe our commitment and dedication. The area of Iowa City was within the homelands of the Iowa, Meskwaki, and Sauk. And because history is complex and time goes far back beyond memory, we also acknowledge the ancient connections of many other indigenous peoples here. The history of broken treaties and forced removal that dispossess indigenous peoples of their homelands was and is an act of colonization and genocide that we cannot erase. We implore the Iowa City community to commit to understanding and addressing these injustices as we work toward equity, restoration, and reparations.
Thank you, Commissioner Merritt. Next, I will go to approval of the meeting minutes. Do I have any motions to approve?
I move approval.
Second.
Seconded.
Thank you, Stephanie.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstention? And motion carries 7-0. Excuse me, 8-0.
Next. Thank you. I will move for any public comment of items not on the agenda for anyone in the room. Annie, would you like to make any public comment?
I would. Sometimes I feel like I don't know when I can speak. So it just dawned on me that I could speak at this time. Right?
If it's not on the agenda, then yes.
Here we go. Okie doke. I just encourage you whenever the consultants are here or even when they're not here to just ask the questions or yeah buts or how are we going to do this? Please use them. Right? The other thing is I went to this, so I get 5 minutes, so I actually have a list. I went to a CWJ meeting last Wednesday, and it was about the anti-immigrant bills that are before the legislature. The part that I wanted to share with you is that it was so powerful to be in a room where no matter who spoke, they were interpreted to the other people who did not speak their language as a primary language. So that was happening the whole time. There are very few native English speakers there, mostly speaking Spanish. So what I began to imagine was maybe you have an event which is not based on content necessarily or the area of harm that happened, like the part of the system in which they were harmed, but people from a language community getting an evening to share what's up for them. You know, because we have a lot of different language communities, and it was just so powerful to be in that space. So I just wanted to share that image with you because that's really a possibility. You know, and that would enfranchise people in this process. So I know it's not a new idea, but it was so powerful to have everything to be translated, no matter who said it. The other thing is, I just want to remind you that our sense of what was put in one of the proposals to the city was that there was a full-time position that was devoted to supporting the work that you do. So the outreach, maybe some of the actual work, setting up the events, doing things. You have 2 staff people who are doing like great work for you, great work, and they already have full-time jobs. Probably if we counted it up, the work they do is more than full-time anyway. So I just want you to know, like, what if you put together a job description? What if it took 3 months to hire someone? What if that didn't start till March 1st? You would have someone from June to through December. So this is us hearing you and heard you ahead of time and still hearing you that your job is major, it's large, it's overwhelming. And that's one thing that can be done. And there is still time for that to be effective. And I am not an HR person for the city, but I would imagine that something could be done, even if it was just like temporary job. Right. So the other piece, I don't see, different places where we speak, we see the timer go down. So I'm not
Let's
seeing
give you about a minute.
about a minute.
Mhm.
The other thing is when I was first noticing what people were being paid, this is way before anything got accepted. I was really kind of agog. And then what's been clear to me is what it says that when their hour, like the amount of money that is there in the budget for each hour, that is actually partly going to their organization and partly going to them. That's not their hourly rate. People who do contract work, money goes to their organization, and then some of that is paid to them. So I know that that's a big issue. You guys aren't paid. I happen to be a consultant, and so I'm paid. Well, I'm glad to talk with you about what I actually get for the hourly and the different things that come up, like paying for hotels and stuff like that. So I'm glad to be transparent about what's happening, at least in my end of that, because I know it's a sore point. And if you want to talk about it, I'm glad to, because I do think it's a disparity and it's problematic. And I'm glad to be transparent. So
Thank you,
it's
Annie.
good to see you all. Thanks.
Thank you. So next I will move on to agenda item number 5, which is correspondence. And Stephanie, I am forgetting what that one would be for
The
specifically.
letter from Marie.
Oh, we'll do that one right now.
That's what it's listed as, is under correspondence.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I wanted to share with everyone that I'll be resigning from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission due to my lack of capacity to serve to what I consider to be a good member of the commission. Last fall, my life changed a lot. I was at the very quickly and at the last minute entered a master's program with the University of Iowa. And I help a lot with my grandson who's 5. So the nights and things have been a little more difficult for me. And I want to have this spot available for someone who can really fully commit to the commission and do this work. So I want to say that I really appreciate being a member of the commission, everything that I've learned. I can't really imagine leaving the commission in better hands. And I really, and I'm excited to watch you guys make history. And also I'll be at public events, so you won't get rid of me. So all the way.
Well, I want to be the first one to say thank you so much for everything that you've put forth and dedicated over this. How long has it been? A year and a half for you. We're going to miss the perspective and the energy that you've brought. So thank you so much. Anyone else? Well, I also want to take this time to welcome a new commissioner, Amos, to our team. We're looking forward to the perspective you'll be able to give us on this side of the table. Thank you for being here. Okay. Well, I will. Oh, were you going to say something?
Yes.
Mhm.
My name is Amos Kiche, and I've lived in Iowa City for 34 years. I came here from Kenya to graduate school in the business school, and did economics there up to MA, and still working on other things beyond that. But in Iowa City, I've been engaged in community research, and I also own facilities maintenance business, specializing in cleaning. Yeah, so I have a family here. 2 of my children are here. One is a teacher. One works with a computer company. I want to thank the commissioners. Some have left already, but the ones who are here today, for the encouragement that you've given me to be part of you. And I really dearly appreciate that. Also want to thank the Iowa City Council for deciding to give me an opportunity to join my friends here and make a change for our community here. Other than that, I have been here and I just want to continue in the same path, probably is better. Thank you very much.
Other side.
Thank you, Amos, for joining us. And I know you won't be asking for time to catch up. You are the most caught up person I know with TRC work. Thank you for joining us as a commissioner. I am sad, Marie, you're leaving. I don't do well with ends. But it's good to hear we'll continue working together in the community. And of course, I'll be following you as on FB. Yeah, thank you for providing even very serious subjects in a very humorous way. So it's not goodbye.
Not an end, it's a transformation.
I yield.
If there's no other comments, I'm going to move on to the next this agenda item. For discussion on racial preferences with City Attorney, welcome Eric Goers.
Thank you. For those who haven't had the pleasure of meeting just yet, my name is Eric Goers. I'm the City Attorney for the City of Iowa City. I think I've been before you a few times, but I'm looking forward to your questions tonight.
Thank you. And I know there was a few questions from some members. If anyone would like to go forward with a question.
So, Mr. Goers, I sent you an email with a question that was, and I'll just read a part of it. There have been several times that the commission has wanted to have authentic conversations regarding race in a meeting or at a public forum. These conversations may invoke feelings of fact that may be triggered by individuals who have been deemed as gatekeepers or individuals who have greater access to systems than other members of the group. What are the guidelines that the commission should use when expressing their feelings, thoughts as it relates to race in achieving our charter?
Well, so let me make a couple general comments in response, and then I'll look forward to the conversation with all of you to kind of work through any issues you folks have. First off, of course, I need to recognize the limitations of advice I can give you in a public setting, in which we are now. But given the parameters that have been described to me thus far, I think we'll be okay. Second is that I want to draw the distinction between First Amendment rights, which of course we all have, whether we're employees or officials of a governmental entity or not, and official action, city action. That is, if a person goes to a demonstration, speaks their mind, that's okay. There's a case that has Garcetti in the title that speaks to official or employees' free speech rights. They're not unlimited. If their jobs are to make statements on behalf of an entity, a government, for example, then they don't have the same free speech rights as everyone else. If they are not part of their job, it is not part of their job to be offering commentary on behalf of the entity, and it's a matter of public interest, then they're free to say whatever they want without any kind of opportunity for censorship or retribution, anything like that. So for you folks, as you have your discussions about race, which of course they need to be, that's the whole point of your charter, is to take on these challenging topics and have uncomfortable conversations. That's fine. You can absolutely do that. It's when it crosses over that line into action, city action, you're all all city officials as commissioners, that's where it gets more interesting. That's when we need to kind of talk it through. So those are kind of the broad strokes of how I would respond. But Commissioner Simmons, I assume that the kind of specific part, I want to make sure I'm navigating what you wrote here correctly. I'm focusing in on these conversations may invoke feeling or facts that may be triggered by individuals who may be deemed as gatekeepers or individuals who have greater access to systems than other members of the group. What I'm reading into that, and I hope you'll correct me if I'm reading into it wrongly, is that the presence of some people or members of particular groups might make authentic, candid conversations more difficult. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
A part of it. So when Lewis came on board, there was a conversation that happened that said that people were saying, I'm triggered, I feel uncomfortable about you being on board. And then you send a response.
Yes.
Based on that. So it isn't that that it may be the individual, it may be the individual creates the trigger, or there's a perception that they may have greater access. And then how does one then have that discussion regarding that trigger in an environment where people can feel comfortable in talking about that?
Well, I guess my response would be, let's just say, for example, that the trigger is the presence of a white person. You could say, it is difficult for me to have conversations or to be open or to be candid or to be unguarded in the presence of a white person, let's just say. I mean, fill in the protected class. It could be whatever. That's fine. I think you could say that. And I don't think that's a problem. Where it would potentially be a problem is kind of what might be the next step, which is, and so I would like no white people to be present for this conversation. Well, now we've excluded based on race, and that's a no-no. We can't do that. That's illegal. You can, of course, recruit, from groups in the hopes of encouraging participation of various groups to be fully represented. That's fine. But it's really that kind of hardline exclusion that's too much, that crosses the line. I don't know if that answers.
That's close. I appreciate it. You've gotten close. So let's get a little closer.
Okay.
And so we want to kind of make a shift.
Yeah.
So let's just say hypothetically, we have a situation where we do have someone, we're practicing and we're working on our truth telling. Within the truth telling, we're part of the commission. Many members of the commission are a part of the truth telling, and someone tells us that they have been, in essence, treated unfairly within the work environment, or they've been treated unfairly by the city.
Mm-hmm.
They then decide that they are going to sue the city because they believe that the case was that it was related to some type of discrimination,
mm-hmm.
Because others haven't been treated that way.
Right.
Now, here's a question. You ready?
I think so. I'm already ready to jump in, but I'll wait for your question.
So here's a question for you. If we have decided that they, who have already then created a lawsuit against the city, would like to be a part of the public truth-telling process, and we believe that their story is something that in essence should be told,
mm-hmm.
would you recommend or would you advise us to that we could continue to include them, or would you advise us that because of some additional risk that maybe including someone who has filed a lawsuit against the city, considering we are city officials, should not be included in the process?
Well, I'll offer two responses. One is that, as Stephanie knows, if there is a complaint made to the the Iowa City Office of Civil Rights and so forth, if it's against the city, just for the appearance and to make sure we don't have a conflict of interest, we send that to the state. We don't want to be seen investigating ourselves. That's in no one's best interest. So that's part one. But part two, kind of speaks to, or in order for me to answer better than I think I'm going to be able to tonight, I would need to better understand what the truth-telling process looks like, what the fact-finding process of this commission looks like. That is, if the intent is to give people voice and making sure that they have an opportunity to be heard, perhaps uninterrupted, about the struggles they feel they've faced, be it at the hands of the city or anywhere else. And if we as city officials, if our role is simply to facilitate that conversation, allow them to be heard and say thank you for your thoughts and your comments, then I don't know if I have too many concerns about that. If instead you folks are being asked to essentially make findings of fact or basically investigate the city as city officials, then for the same reasons I mentioned before, I would say that's probably not appropriate. But again, I don't fully understand what the process is for truth-telling for your commission. Could you help me a little bit about what you folks see as the process? Or is that still being kind of worked through?
What is the process for truth telling?
Yes.
It is still being worked through,
Okay.
but we're trying to also navigate how that works within the parameters of what you're talking about right now. So how I see that we have been talking about how we would like to do is we would love to sit down with individuals, have them tell their truths, whether it be someone has had a poor experience with the law here, which, is against the city, or like something that is involving racial injustice in the community. So they would sit down with us. They could talk to us in a public setting. They could talk to us in a private setting. We are tasked on our, what do you call it? Our charges state that they could do all kinds of different public things like poetry, theater productions, those type of things. What we're planning to do next month is more of a public setting where we will invite select individuals to share whatever their truths are surrounding public safety. So we're still in the beginning stages of that. I know that in a couple agenda items, we'll talk a little bit more in depth on what that looks like.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you were maybe going to add.
No, I was going to add, I was just
Go
going to say, but my concern is more with the lawsuit.
Yeah.
The lawsuit is filed against the city. And does that have a impact on what things can actually be done?
Done by this commission?
Right. So a part of it is fact finding and truth telling, and a part of it is reconciliation.
Oh, I see. Well, certainly the reconciliation part seems fraught if we are engaged in litigation with the hypothetical individual you're describing. Certainly we wouldn't want city officials. I mean, we would tell any city employee or city official probably not to be communicating with a litigant suing the city. I understand that your charter is a little different. It's unusual. And, what you're describing is, precisely, as I understand it, what you've been asked to do. So I think you folks are exceptional in that way. And I would certainly want to treat you as exceptional. But if you get to the point where, as part of any of your processes, you felt like you needed to become a witness against the city, let's say, or, take sides against the city, that too would be difficult. That's not to say that, you folks can't express opinions. Let's say I'm disappointed in the way the city attorney's office has handled this, the city police department has handled this, the city manager's office, name your department, a city entity. I think that's fine, so long as it doesn't reach more concrete conclusions or again, that you find yourself being put in a position of being a witness. And it would be easy if you opined publicly, I've concluded that the city did wrong in whatever fashion. it would be easy to imagine you being subpoenaed and now you're a witness. And now you're, raising your right hand in a court of law and being asked to explain why it is that you've concluded that the city did wrong. And that's not ideal from most people's perspective.
Sorry.
Real quick, I just got a text from Larry who's on there. I don't know if this is helpful, but he said the TRC will likely be making general findings, not specific findings about any person's case, if that's helpful. The chances of being subpoenaed would be slim based on that is what he's saying.
Well, that would depend on the attorney representing said litigant. Might be less slim than Dr. Schooler thinks. I don't know. It depends. When you say general conclusions, I'm not sure what's meant by that.
Well, if we could promote him, he can go ahead and explain what he means by that. Larry, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good evening, City Attorney. I didn't mean to intervene in your purview, but just in the experience that I've had with other commissions, it would be unusual for the commission to issue in its findings, a specific case that was, testified about in a truth-telling matter. The truth-telling part of this and the fact-finding part of this are typically meant to kind of help construct a narrative, and there may be reference made to what someone said in a truth-telling event or what was found in fact-finding. But I don't think I've ever, in studying commissions, seen them say, we're directly holding a particular party responsible. Now, Greensboro was a little bit unusual because they were investigating a specific incident, but that's not what Iowa City is doing. Greensboro was set up just to look at one shooting. Iowa City is set up to look at, discriminatory behavior and patterns of it. And so I just mean to say that I can't foresee this commission making recommendations about Joanne or Joe Smith's claim against the city on any particular matter.
Right. It would depend on what those general conclusions are. For example, if Joanne Smith, to use your example, I forget the other person you mentioned, but
Joe.
If Joe and Joanne Smith sue the city and they make allegations against the police department, and the TRC's fact-finding results in a general conclusion that the Iowa City Police Department over the last couple of years within the statute of limitations of this litigation have frequently acted in a racist way. Let's just say that's the conclusion. Well, shoot, now you guys are the best witness out there for every litigant who wishes to sue the city and allege racial discrimination, and you would certainly find yourself subpoenaed all over the place. So I'm not sure that's what you mean. I mean, I certainly appreciate the significant difference between that and saying that I think Officer Smith of the Iowa City Police Department acted in a racist way when he interacted with Joe and Joanne Smith, no relation, on a single event. That would certainly be worse. But I'm not sure the general conclusion would be ideal either.
It could present a pattern, which is what potentially could be used in a case.
Pattern and
like this.
practice evidence.
Which is exactly what we're kind of looking for with some of the finding.
Oh, and let me be clear, you folks would be ideal witnesses from that perspective. Let me get this straight. You're a commission whose sole cause was to investigate the, allegations of racism within the city of Iowa City. Who could be better qualified? I mean, you can just imagine, how you would be built up as witnesses for plaintiffs. And of course, your report would have exhibit stickers all right, and I'm not trying, I'm hearing myself talk and I feel like I'm fear mongering, and I don't mean for that to be the case, but, Commissioner Simmons asked some questions specifically about litigation. And obviously that's a strong purview of our office. I just want to make sure you folks are fully informed where your work may lead you if you are engaged with folks who are actively litigating, which is, I understand, your hypothetical, with the city. Now, of course, that's not to say that there might not be any number of people who are considering litigating against the city, but haven't yet filed, and you folks would have no way of knowing that. I mean, I get that. But that again is kind of one of the main reasons why if, like with Stephanie's work, if it's an allegation against the city because of conflict issues, we just send it to the state so that everyone, it's just better for all parties concerned.
Okay, can I ask, Lou Tassner, there has to be some way to thread the needle here, because I know you said you're not fear-mongering, but you open the door in the way I was thinking. Someone might not even be considering litigation, and they come through here and we listen to them and they go, damn, I have a case. And now they litigate. The way you've constructed this, we're still potential witnesses.
Well, again, that comes down
Depends on how we
to
act.
what the fact-finding process is. If your role is to do, to listen, to give voice, like I mentioned before, then no, I don't think you're as attractive as a witness, because you're not opining, you're not taking a stance, making a conclusion one way or another. It's when you, make a statement, written, oral, or otherwise, that, makes a conclusion contrary to the city's interest, that you become an attractive witness for plaintiffs, either specifically or generally.
Well, that's not, but there's no way come December, there won't be a report. And there's no way that report won't have in it some conclusions.
Yeah,
Right.
This is my first experience with Truth and Reconciliation.
Yes,
So
yeah.
let me be clear that I don't know what to expect out of your report.
I know that.
Mr. Attorney, Mr. Attorney, if I could, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to make sure that we're all tracking that the experience that the commission is having here is not necessarily all that different than a number of different other appointed or elected bodies in municipal government who receive routinely various forms of public testimony as a matter of course, meaning that I don't know how it works in the city of Iowa City at the council, but certainly in the city of Austin, a person can come at noon on a council day, and for 3 minutes they can talk, they can sing a song, they can talk about just about anything that's not on the printed agenda. And so it feels a little bit unusual for the conclusion to be that the contents of that testimony would of necessity make the city council or any other advisory body witnesses in a potential future litigious matter, and that therefore there shouldn't be a testimony gathering process. I mean, just to underscore what I think Commissioner Tassinari might be saying, the council has directed this body to conduct truth-telling activities. If the city attorney's advice is that any conducting of those activities could result in you all being subpoenaed as witnesses, then that could be a direct contravention of what it is that the council has instructed this commission to carry out.
So-
I think part of the issue, though, one thing is if somebody at the beginning with the public comment, when we don't respond, we're just listening. And like I just said, anybody could come in and talk about whatever they want to, and that's it. We're not responding about it. But when we have something on the agenda, when somebody brings up something, and then we are having a discussion based on what we discuss and what we request of either some fact finding and whatever else, that's the part where things could get tricky based off what we conclude off from our discussion. And I would hope that, I think we're well enough to know of things that might be considered in a gray area where before we decide to say, well, let's do this, or this is what we're concluding from whatever facts we find. If it's something that is an active litigation situation, if it's something that's not an active litigation, but has the potential, and we should kind of start knowing when we start getting certain facts, I would think that before we make a conclusion as a commission, we would involve the city attorney's office and say, before we step into this, this is what is coming up, and before having an active say.
I just have to push back against that, because that's opposite of what we're here for. I mean, I really want to know, you are doing your job. You're telling us what could happen, but are you telling us we can't? do any of this? What are you saying we can do and what we can't do?
Well, before he answers that,
I need,
before he answers, that,
okay,
I don't know if you want him to answer that quite yet.
okay.
But let me just ask you all just to consider, because this gets into our recommendations that we're going to make. But the question really is the commission the way that it is currently
Operating.
under the guidance of the city council able to provide the truth, the full truth,
No.
unadulterated.
Mhm.
The attorney has traditionally provided us information about how to manage risk in these situations. And I would assume he will continue to provide us guidance about managing the risk for the city, which for us is us. But the work we're doing is deeper than that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So we have to think through what we're trying to do, even when it comes to the recommendation and how we continue to move forward. And the only thing I would have you to think of, Facebook and all these technological companies got on TV to talk to the Congress about their systems, which are designed to keep people to continue to use and watch their systems, right? And the Congress was saying, but some of these are addictive. Some of these are creating behaviors, and you all aren't doing enough to monitor it. And they're saying, hey, we're doing stuff, but they also have a responsibility to their shareholders. So they're only going to do so much. So how does one solve the problem when it's in conflict with who it's supposed to be able to support?
I got a quick question. We can just resign and still support it, correct? And there would be no issue.
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
We could just resign from the commission and still support, correct? Or no? Are we just not allowed to?
You certainly would be allowed to do that. That's certainly not what I'm encouraging you to do.
It's just if something that you really believe in and you feel like it's now contradicting and getting in the way, then that is something that you can easily do.
Well, for me, I'm sorry, you mean as a commissioner?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, I don't want to tell a commissioner what to do.
It's not telling what to do. It's just clarification on our rights. That's
sure. If you are no longer a city official and no longer involved as a commissioner in the work of the TRC, you are free to do whatever you want. The city would have no control over what you say or do. That's certainly true, if that's your question. Circling back to the more general principle, to get back to Dr. Schooler's question, I think the question is more about the difference between listening and Commissioner Merritt kind of touched on this. We do have folks who show up at city council meetings and speak for up to 3 minutes at a time about any topic they wish. And at the end, the mayor says thank you and welcomes the next person. If you were to do something similar to that, I would have no concerns whatsoever. It's whether you make your own conclusions, make your own factual findings and so forth, and then, place a flag, take a side, make a legal conclusion or even a factual conclusion that is at risk. It's at risk whether you're talking about allegations against a city, when I think you would be a highly valued witness for plaintiffs, or even against private individuals or private entities who might be interested in pursuing defamation claims. We've talked about that in past. Or if the allegation, or whether you would be valuable as a witness, in support of the plaintiff's claims in those cases too. If you've, independently investigated and made your conclusion that whatever illegal discrimination has taken place, I could easily imagine you being attractive witnesses for that.
Can I just follow up quickly? If in some sense, none of us on this commission are experts. We've all been brought together. We're all have fair degrees of integrity. We've been asked to do a job. So when we go through the process of truth telling and fact finding and all that, no one here is a professional researcher, investigator. No one here is a professional attorney. There's no legal process here. We're listening. We've got some information from consultants, and we're putting together a report that will go back to the city. And then something else will happen after that. So what I'm struggling with is that why would we be great witnesses? Because we haven't, if I was someone who wanted a great witness, I would get an expert witness who would get on the stand and would say things like, I've done research on racial discrimination for the past 40 years, and there's a lot of it going on in Iowa City, and I can swear to God, right? That's not here. We're not following up with the individuals who would talk to us to verify in some legal sense that they are telling us the truth. We're accepting what they're telling us because we want to know what they're feeling, what they believe, and we're documenting that.
All right, that's good for me to understand. I wasn't really sure whether you would be investigating or looking into the claims, or if you just take everything at face value presented and pass it on. Is that kind of the latter?
I mean, I think there's been I've never heard us talk about following up with a particular individual to do anything.
Right.
I think the follow-up would be led by the public, or we would provide our healing circles as one form of reconciliation, but part of our recommendations might be like, this is what we've heard, this is what people want, or kind of like our strategic doing sessions, like that could be a follow-up to anything that's heard, where people come and brainstorm. So, I mean, that's the extent that I see it as of right now.
I don't think there's going to be an issue with truth telling. I think that fact finding could be a problem because I guess I view us looking at data objectively and gathering data objectively. Now, if it turns out that it doesn't look good for the city, then I don't really know what to do about that. So I think that to me would be problematic. I don't know if necessarily, I mean, they could put us on the stand, but it's going to be, well, this is data that we found. We're not investigating the city. We're just gathering data. Does that make sense?
But we are investigating in some situations.
Are we?
Oh, yeah.
So let me, and I think this is probably the closest example in the state of Iowa. So the city of Davenport, I at one time served as the affirmative action officer for the city of Davenport. In that role, we conducted a disparity study, which to my knowledge is the only study of that nature that's been done in the state since and had been done before. So in that, speaking in affirmative action language, it was also very precarious for the city, because part of being able to take on affirmative actions, particularly race conscious programming, the city had to basically say that they had played a role in some form of we use the word market failure, or basically discrimination in the marketplace, and that the city knowingly or unknowingly had participated in that. So there was some openness to some liabilities to be able to do some extraordinary programming. So we had a affirmative action committee. They did not take live testimony, so that's one thing that is different, but there was a consultant that did gather information. So I like that we're starting to move to the words recommendation and not conclusion, because we're not, that was one of the things you didn't want to draw conclusions, but we certainly could and did make recommendations. So an example, although the Affirmative Action Committee had listened to tons of testimony from small business contractors about their experiences in the construction industry, and often names were being used in specifics, in the recommendations is very general. So an example of if I couldn't get a loan from Wells Fargo, for example, there was no recommendation that says work with Wells Fargo to improve whatever, but there was language like create small business programming, those kind of things that will assess small business with capital, whatever, those kind of things. So I say, and that study right now is available on the Status of African Commission at the state level, because the state participated in the funding of that study. And you can just go there and look at how those recommendations were laid out, the resources, the quantitative and qualitative data gathering that was used in that study, and just look how that was handled. I would just say words like gathering, no problem. Interpreting and concluding, I think, is where the city attorney is saying that could be problematic. Making recommendations on the information that's been gathered is what I think your purview will be.
Right. I mean, I think it's always been my understanding that you folks are more interested in the systemic than the individual case. And that's where I think, the value of your conclusion can really lie. That is, if you have a bunch of folks come in and say, I've been discriminated against in finding work, particularly in this industry or that industry or something, then I could easily imagine you folks concluding, well, based on what we've heard from people who appeared before us, we have found it difficult for people of color to get jobs in the restaurant industry, let's just say, whatever it is. I don't have many concerns about that, because it would be hard for any single plaintiff to pull up and see the TRC concludes that all restaurants are racist. Well, that's not really what you guys said. And certainly there are exceptions to every rule. So, I'm not so worried about that. But, Commissioner Krebs, you mentioned that, you're talking about objective data. Well, my understanding was that much of what you're going to do is hear people's subjective truths. And those are not the same, of course. I mean, that's a large part of what we do is we deal with, claims all the time. And then we investigate the claims and find, maybe they're frivolous, maybe they're not, maybe they have merit, but we of course can't just take everything at as truth that we.
So they're two separate pieces.
Okay.
There's truth telling with the people,
Yeah.
and the
And
data collection
The fact finding.
is the fact finding.
Ah,
So
I
it's
see.
not all one thing,
Yeah.
just to clarify.
Right. So if your conclusions and the end report are based on your fact finding and the objective data that you gather and so forth, amen. That's great. And frankly, amen, whether that's, whether the targets or the conclusions are, the city or other fields. Again, for the defamation reasons I've described previously, I'd be concerned if, to use Redmond's example, if you concluded that Wells Fargo, and I'm not saying, but Wells Fargo
You're gonna
is,
get a phone call.
or an individual, Joe Blow is a terrible human being for these reasons. But, if it's about systems and, broad business fields or, just the difficulties that, folks have navigating, government or, whatever, I'm less concerned about that.
So the two additional questions, and I'd like to.
May I jump in before we go to the other thing, Commissioner Chad?
Mhm.
Yeah, Mr. Goa, I think we've really tried to keep with the language of the TRC, the resolution that constituted the TRC. And the words I've also been hearing from even Dr. Skula and Eduardo is reports from the fact finding and truth telling, and then also the wording of providing recommendations at the end. Actually, this is the first time I've heard conclusions from you. From the resolution, there hadn't been conclusions. It's providing recommendations at the end of it. But as you talked, when you talked about writing after listening, something written, I was feeling, was this a setup? the city set up the resolution, appointed, which created a commission, commissioners. And then that puts you in some point where you are in danger, subpoenaed. But the language that we've used all along are those of the resolution, ending with providing recommendations to the city council.
Right. So I'm looking at paragraph 14 of the resolution. Maybe that's what you're looking at too.
Yeah, the summary on this, which we've been working with
Right.
since the constitution of the TRC.
Right.
Yeah.
Recommendations to city council for institutional and policy reforms to end systemic racism opportunities. And, right. I don't have any problems with these things. I think these are fine. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, that I've used the word conclusion, and that's maybe different than what you folks were planning on, to which I say great, because I was a little fearful that you folks might take the truths and submit them in a conclusory fashion, in which some maybe deliberately or inadvertently would take them to be findings of objective and well-investigated truths or facts, and that would be used against you or the entity against whom the allegations have been made, and that's when you would be attractive witnesses, perhaps, for those plaintiffs. But yes, if you stick to the resolution language about making recommendations and describing opportunities and measures to enhance the autonomy, security, and sovereignty of communities of color and mitigate disparities, I have no problems with any of those things. I think those are all fine.
Yeah, and I think that's what Commissioner Louis was referring to, saying we are not experts. So the city went with our recommendation, and we have facilitators who are especially led by Dr. Gonzalez and Dr. Skula, and those teams who are experts in the fact-finding and truth-telling and the language of the final reports. And at some point, it's something I'm interested in also how to write the recommendations in a way that we don't end up putting ourselves into, like you said, having to swear into a space like that of being subpoenaed.
Right. And I understood the question from Commissioner Tassinari about, well, good heavens, we're not, PhDs, and I don't know even what the right field would be. Why would we be considered experts? And I think the answer is twofold. One, you're free. Frankly, and two, particularly if the material sought in the subpoena is against the city, you would be attractive as witnesses against interest. That's a legal term. It's actually a hearsay exception. Good heavens, if someone actually says something against their own penal interest, they must be telling the truth, because why would they say that otherwise? You're city officials. If you say something against the city, good heavens, why would you say that unless it was rooted in truth and you believed it and it was, well researched? I think those are the reasons I think you folks would be attractive witnesses, particularly in claims against the city.
And the other thing, between this meeting and our last meeting, we did get asked for notes after the preliminary fact-finding presentations. So I've just thought about that in connection with everything that you're saying. We did get asked for any notes, or if you didn't make any notes, to say so.
Right. Those notes were requested by the attorney of someone who is suing the city. And since those are open records, we have to comply. But that's a flavor. That's a little taste of, what might come.
Oh, I'm thinking we should have had Mr. Gore here right at the very beginning, before we begin. I'm not saying I'm running for the hills, but I would really have yeah, it's beginning to feel like that.
I know that Chad was going to say something.
So the rest of the hypothetical was, it said if we are to do during our work of fact finding and truth telling and going through our process, if we are to write notes, and we are to have notes because we're going to have conversations about who we want to choose. and the individuals who we have written notes about based on them going through our process sue us in the situation I've said, then all of those notes that we have in essence they could be requested by the attorney in essence, for them to have access to that. Would that be accurate?
They could be requested by anyone. Those would be open records unless they fall under some exception that it's not immediately apparent to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, the question for you then is that when Davenport did their report, who was responsible for the document, for putting the document together and presenting it?
It was the consultant that was hired. Yes.
Thank you. So the challenge is that we have in our situation is that we do not have coverage. We do not have protection because we are a part of the city. The work has to be done within the community. It has to be done within organizations like NAACP or other organizations where they, in essence, can have the type of conversations and the truth telling and the fact finding that don't put them, in essence, at risk. We put ourselves, the way we're structured right now, we put ourselves at risk. But it's not, I don't worry about us so much because we're not going to create the type of revolution. We're going to have problems. So what I am saying for us is that when we think about our March experience of what we're trying to put together, it's probably best that we're not the ones who are actually running it, that we're coordinating, giving guidance, but that we actually have community partners that are part of actually doing the work. That is where I think that we should be working on. The consultants is supposedly working on the process of that, of making sure everything is fine. But when we start pulling people together to have these conversations, it should be these organizations that have investigators, that have people that can do that so that we're not put in situations where we're being requested to ask for certain things.
And then ultimately as a commission, there are certain recommendations we can come from that is like, maybe more training in this area, more
training in this area, or based on the information that they've given us. Here's what they're saying. Here's what the organization is saying to us, here's where some of the things that we need to be able to work on.
Exactly.
Excuse me. I haven't talked for a while and I just need an opportunity here. One, as when we started the commission, when you guys started the commission and going through the training, one key thing that I picked from Dr. Gonzalez was that we are not an investigative body. That was key to me. So any moment we are partnering with any organization which is involved in investigation, it is we who are putting our legs where they should not be. We are tripping into other areas. We are setting ourselves for trouble, intentionally and voluntarily. So the key thing, we avoid that. We work with people where can we just get information. But when we start working with maybe NAACP and they're engaging that, we are now just killing ourselves. But we can probably get information from them that is useful to us. They have a lot of data also on patterns, but not maybe we are working with this individual, we want to bring him or her to the commission to get. So that's my key. Another question, this is the only opportunity that Tony is here today. You rarely come in here, very good you're here today. You can help me. Answer this, probably part of the answer might come for you, part of it might come from the consultants. We are going to be engaged with the gatekeepers Commissioner Simmons talked about. They are very powerful people. They can easily say, that dialogue you want with that discussion we want with that, we are not going to do it. And we will feel it is a very sensitive area, we want to hear from them. They made a decision somewhere, a public policy decision, systematic decision, not as an individual. How do we do that? How much power do we have? And what are the protocols we are going to use to probably be successful in that endeavor? Because I believe that endeavor is provided for in our roles here.
I want to make sure I understand your question. What power do you as a commission have to criticize systems or to advocate for change in systems within Iowa City? Am I understanding your question correctly?
At the end, we might criticize that, but we are talking to gain information from some power bodies, authorities. Let's say somebody in charge of a banking system. We just want to talk. We want to know how well do you work with our people when it comes to giving mortgage loans, other things like that?
Yeah.
Are you making some effort? Just in a good gesture. We are not even accusing them. And then I was asking, what are the right good protocols? I've not received that from the consultants. I asked that question from the other side. But now probably I'm going to insist. If there is, or it is just an open thing, I just decide as a commissioner, I'm going to walk there and ask them. Yeah.
Well, this commission does not have like subpoena power, for example. So if you wanted to get information from banks, to use your example, you could certainly ask them for data on their loans and loan applications or whatever it is that you're seeking from them. But you would not have the power to compel them to give it to you, if that's your question. Certainly you could look for what data is filed in, SEC filings and other national level documents to see if you could gather their loan practices from that other information. Maybe that's kind of the data gathering that Commissioner Krebs was talking about. But if your question is, could you go to banks or any other, I think you characterized as powerful entities in the city and demand of them information, I think the answer is no, you do not have subpoena power.
So when they say they are not willing to discuss, we just leave them alone. What if that person is within, or that department is within the city? I'll give an example. I'm not saying that we are going to do that. Maybe a commissioner of the police. There are some good things that they have done in the community, a lot of changes that they have made that have really been useful. I've lived here for 34 years, so I know where we started from. I know the good things that have happened around in here. Yeah, some might be lingering. So we might want to talk to him, whereas we see their visions, how well the improvements are being made. That is good. It assures the community that somebody's really thinking of good stuff for us. So we can do that. Is it that going to be very difficult to talk to a commissioner? And what if he or she decides, no, I'm not?
When you say talk to a commissioner, you mean talk?
No, sorry, the police commissioner, not.
Oh, police chief, yeah.
Chief, yes.
You guys are commissioners. I'm sorry, that's why I was
yes,
confused.
Yeah.
Do you have the power to compel the police chief to answer your questions? No, you do not. Is it likely that the police chief would be willing to cooperate with you and answer your questions? I think yes, but you can't force him to, or any other department. I don't want to put him on the spot. Any other department to give you data short of, or to answer your questions, I should say, because of course, commissioners, like any member of the public, can ask for open records, and if there's data that's being kept on that. Our police department, for example, already keeps track of stops by race and looks for disparate impact and disparities and stops and so forth, that kind of thing we're already keeping track of. Certainly, I'm sure he would gladly give you that information because he'd give it to anyone who asked. But if your question is, can you force the chief of police or any other department head to answer your questions? The answer is no.
And the final one.
Okay.
In the event that I'm engaged in this exercise of trying to gain some information, and I'm getting a lot of a pattern, rejections.
A lot of what, sorry?
A pattern in which the persons I'm trying to talk to are not willing to talk to me.
Yeah.
Can I put that in the final report that these are the people we try to talk to?
Mm-hmm.
And this is their response. This was their perspective. This is how they look at things. They do not want to share or have a dialogue with us. So we are still in trouble, even though we are trying to make a change. They are not very open. We are going to working towards truth and reconciliation, and they already put bridges on us. Can I put that in a recommendation? Because I might start taking statistics on, I go to the school district, I go to this place, I'm trying to talk, and they're saying, no, we don't have time. No, we don't. I will be recording that.
Yes.
Can I put that in the final conclusion? Not conclusion, recommendation. Yeah.
Yes, you could absolutely report the answers that you got from anyone you asked for.
Rejections and acceptances.
Sure. If you approach folks and they are not willing to engage with you, can you report that they refuse to engage with you? Yes.
Thanks.
This Commissioner Johnson, is there any way to compel them?
To compel city department heads?
Anybody. If you're trying to get information and they're withholding it and it's important information to make change, is there any way to apply any pressure?
Yes, you could talk to the city manager or the mayor to try to, I mean, the mayor only in that he's a representative of, the representative of the city council. But the city manager directs almost all staff. I say almost because he, outside of his chain of command, is the city clerk's office, the city attorney's office, the library, and the airport. Those entities all have a different chain of command, but everyone else answers to the city manager. So, if you can get the city manager to come around to your way of thinking, then you'll get the information.
I see that Leo has his hand up. Did you want to say something, Leo?
Yes, thank you. Just want to provide a little bit of clarity and hopefully get us regrounded into the main focus, the mandate of this commission. So you have fact-finding, truth-telling, and reconciliation with the healing circles, right? So the purpose, the charge of this commission is to gather voices, right? Uplift the voices of community members. And through the recorded hearings, that will generate transcript. And then you then code the transcripts to uplift different themes, recurring themes that come out. Then you write the report, discerning recommendations based upon the truths that were shared, and then you submit that report. So it's really easy to get stuck in the fear-based hypotheticals on what if, what could be. And so it's important to remain grounded in this three-part charge for this commission of fact-finding, truth-telling, and healing circles of reconciliation. And you will be receiving the updates in later agenda items. And so I just really want to encourage us to come back to that point, that the recommendations are going to be coming from the voices of the people. And so through the truth-telling hearings that will be replicated according to the discretion of this commission, it will be uplifting the voices of community members, collecting that testimony, highlighting themes and connections, sharing those findings and recommendations based on those findings to the city. And to Commissioner Simmons's point of protecting potential truth tellers, that will likely also come up later as well, of utilizing community partnerships, right? Partnering with community organizations, because it's not an investigative process. So I also want to circle back there, pull the investigation word out of this. This is not a carceral body. This is not an investigative process. That through this, you are, or the community partners, if this is the pathway that the commission wants to take, then community partner organizations would be going to hear people, right? So it's the pre-hearings, the prep work, the conversations before the truth-telling hearings are for development of trust and fielding questions, answering whatever concerns potential truth tellers might have, sharing what protective mechanisms there are going to be for that hearing, so that people can know that they will be welcomed, they will be held, they will be heard, and their voices will be uplifted. And so it's not a matter of an investigation happening beforehand, but making sure that potential truth tellers are best prepared and comforted in preparation for the actual hearing itself. And I yield.
Thank you.
I had just a couple more follow-ups, a little bit different. To go back to the issue of what has to be revealed through Freedom of Information Act requests. I was somewhat surprised when I was asked for my notes. The reason I was surprised is that I'd spent a long time in academia at a state institution, and we would do lots of confidential things related to hiring and tenure decisions and everything else. And it was always the ruling that came from those attorneys that until we put together the final report, the final document for a tenure decision or a hiring decision, these were all working documents. They were not available to anybody at any time. And we were free to erase those until we produced the report that was to be released. So why is this so different?
Right. So there are about 75, and I mean that literally, about 75 exceptions in chapter 22.7 for confidential records. What may have applied in academia or anything involving student records. You mentioned about evaluations of other faculty or staff. I can't remember the phrasing you used, but that would be related to a personnel decision, also protected. You've mentioned draft documents, also protected. If they're draft versions of something that will eventually become a final version, and then the final version is put forth, that needs to be made public.
Right.
The problem with your notes is you're probably not making a final copy of your notes. Those notes are, that's final. I mean, you know, you're not working on improving the notes from the February 15th meeting of the TRC commission. I mean, those are what they are.
Okay.
So when we got that request, and we've gotten, I think, 23 or 24 requests from that particular attorney representing that particular client. And we go through every time and look to see what's responsive and what is protected as confidential and what's not. And upon that request, we concluded that no, those notes would be fair game. So we sent out the request.
Okay. And it's because that they're considered to be the final version of themselves.
Right.
Okay. I got that. So the next question I had is, you talked earlier about some issues that came up with respect to excluding people based on race. But I want to be clear, there's nothing that would prevent us as a commission, if there's someone who comes forth and wants to tell their truth, and they said, I feel totally uncomfortable with Commissioner Tassinari being here. He doesn't look like me. He doesn't sound like me. For me, then saying, I'm okay with that, I can leave for this. Right? There's nothing that prevents that.
No, if that's your choice, and the only hesitation I have is that, you know, I don't know what follows. Like, for example, if that's a city council meeting item and someone were to come forth and say, hey, you know, I'm not comfortable with council member Tassinari being present because of his race. And you say, okay, I understand. I want you to be able to speak your truth, and you leave. That's fine. But then is the city council going to be voting on this issue based on what this gentleman just said? You know,
I completely understand.
Yeah.
This is in the context of truth telling.
Yeah.
And trying to
Just
create a safe space so that somebody can tell their truth.
Yes, you can, in that circumstance, you can absolutely just step out. That's your choice.
Okay.
What I'm speaking more about, whether you could be forced out. And my answer to that is no.
Yeah, I know. I understand that part. I just wanted to make sure that as long as that it's still possible for me to make the decision to do that. Yep.
Can I ask a question on that? So if we switch it from race to gender, is there a different rule? I know that Eduardo gave us an example where in other past there had been truth telling and it was sensitive to I'm just going to say issues of rape or something like that. And a woman would come and say, I'm not comfortable with men being in the room. So could we force men to leave? Or
no, my answer would remain the same based on any protected class you were to give me.
Okay. Even if it would create a safe space, which is what we're tasked to do, we're not allowed to protect the people that we're supposed to serve.
I would phrase it in the opposite way. I would say you're not allowed to discriminate based on a protected class.
Okay.
Right. But we could make the decision as a
voluntarily.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
They can ask anything.
But that's just us. Like if there's anyone in the room, we couldn't say the same thing to them.
No.
Right. Okay.
Well,
you can ask if they would want to voluntarily leave.
But what if they? Okay.
Well, that gets a little touchy. That is, if you have someone come forth, and to use your example, Chair Dillard, someone who wants to talk about an experience of rape, and they say, "Good heavens, I'm looking around this room. There are lots of men present. I'm really uncomfortable with that. I sure would appreciate it if all the men present would get up and leave during my testimony. If the men choose to do so voluntarily, great." I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Merritt, about saying, well, you know, you don't have to, you know, gentlemen in the room leave. But, you know, if you kind of suggest it, then then that really kind of feels like governmental action to exclude based on a protected class. So I would not do that. I would kind of let the person's request kind of speak for itself.
Can we get up and could we get up and
Yes,
leave and
you
like
could- yes.
I can get up and move to a different space with that person if they said they were uncomfortable? Could we do that?
Oh, and then do the work somewhere else? Is that what you mean?
Well, like hypothetically, let's say we have everything else is in place, to make sure that we're following the rules. Could
Open
we-
meetings, yeah, right.
yeah. Could we get up and go to a different space with that person?
Assuming that would not violate open meetings rules, and that, yeah, I'd have to, that's a pretty significant caveat.
Yes.
Then sure. The only other hesitation, yeah, I guess, because there's more just, did you take a quorum to a private setting, but also did you notice up a meeting that's going to take place here? And now it's not here. Now it's in the Dale Hilling conference room or something like that. So yeah, assuming you no longer have an open meeting, you don't have a quorum of members talking about business that's been noticed up, then sure. Like if you folks have set it up such a listening post, if you will, there's going to be 3 or 2 commissioners here and 2 or 3 commissioners here. And, 2 of them are men and 1 of them is women, sticking with your hypothetical, and the person comes forth and says, boy, I'd really like to do this without any men present, then, could, the female commissioner go with that other person? Sure.
Okay.
Elsewhere. Yeah.
Dr. Schooler?
I only want to mention, and this may be better for Leo or Dr. Salazar, Melinda Salazar to speak to, but I would just say that it's important to remember for the attorney and for others that truth-telling can be both public and privately conducted and received. We've been talking a lot about events, public events at which people speak their truth. The think piece folks who are helping the TRC get ready for truth-telling events have envisioned a significant process that leads up to them testifying publicly. But in most TRC cases, a lot of testimony is gathered privately, whether by a staff member of the TRC or a TRC commissioner or a community volunteer or what have you. So we're spending a lot of time thinking about circumstances in which testimony is given publicly. And I just want to make sure that we understand that you all could decide to receive a lot of your testimony in another way. So I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to belabor it, but it is important to understand the distinction, I think, between public hearings and privately given testimony.
I also think that as a commission, we would have a duty to anybody who is going to provide a public truth, the expectations of the environment and what they could, potentially have. And so they're prepared as much as possible. And I don't think that it would be good of us to know if somebody's coming to give some kind of truth and knowing that the potential trigger might even be in the room kind of thing. We wouldn't be doing our service of, throwing them into that kind of environment. So.
Agreed.
There's a hand up, Leo.
Oh, go ahead, Leo.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to flag that we do have the update, which will for the concept note as well as the truth-telling hearings manual that actually breaks down step by step what needs to happen in preparation for the hearings. So I believe that a lot of the concerns that are being raised at this moment will be addressed later.
Thank you for the reminder. Do we have any more questions or concerns to discuss with City Attorney? Or thoughts?
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate you coming. I know that you have a very busy schedule, but it was very much needed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Certainly, anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also you made my thoughts go to the direction. Might I need some legal insurance at some point down the line? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion amongst ourselves on this?
Uh-oh. Are you still thinking?
I am thinking. Yes, just thinking. I want us to be careful, that's all. So.
Okay.
My thoughts, I want us to be careful to be anything that we're deciding and the way we want to go about things can be used on the flip side. And I'm thinking about that, that's all. So before I make any more comment, I would like to think more.
Okay. Anyone else have any other comment on this before I move on to the next agenda item?
I do think we do need to have some further discussion about reconciliation. I don't think we're on the same page.
You want to do that now? Would you like to talk about that? now?
We can wait. I mean, we have an agenda and I'm totally fine with waiting, but I do think that we're not on the same page.
Yeah,
At least I'm not on the page that many of you all are. I do not believe just listening to people's story or allowing people to speak and tell their truth is sufficient and will meet the needs.
Okay.
Stephanie, for the next meeting, we'll have an agenda item that'll be discussion further on reconciliation. Please.
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would probably be okay under item 12.
Under item what?
It has to do with phase 2, which is coming.
Okay, we can come back to it on item 12. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, just on agenda 6, because it was Chad bringing up the issue of racial preferences. I'm just sitting and wondering whether the dynamics changed when we got a Caucasian commissioner, whether the dynamics change and also a change in a negative way for the work that we are doing. And I still continue being curious and wondering as we move forward, especially when we come to public hearings, and I'm kind of thinking I'm getting ahead. Oh, as far as that is concerned, whether Leo and his team will address that, whether those are impacted negatively by the presence of symbolism of the very racial discrimination or racial social injustice that the commission is made for making better. So I just wonder whether the work is made much more difficult in any way. So yeah, those are the thoughts that have been running my mind since that happened, whether even for ourselves there is a challenge. I yield.
Any other thoughts?
I'm gonna go. I felt uncomfortable when we went anywhere near excluding people out. I had a real problem with that because it goes back to me thinking, okay, what if this was flipped on the other end? And now there's a group of a bunch of white people who decided to say, well, I'm not allowed to come to something because I'm who I am. That feels super uncomfortable. And I feel like that is exactly the wrong way. If we're not careful on how we are managing things, then we are almost shooting ourselves in the foot. That's how I felt about it, to exclude anybody. That's why this is supposed to be uniting people together, no matter who they are, where they're from, or anything like that, because truth is universal. And uncomfortable, we already knew this was going to be uncomfortable. But to start saying, well, I don't feel comfortable because this person's here. I don't feel comfortable because this person's here. Well, we're going to be uncomfortable, but if we do that, we are giving power to somebody else doing the exact same thing back. And to me, that's super worrisome. I don't know. That's what's been struggling around my head, even way back then. It was, and now I'm like, I'm hearing this and I hear what he's saying about, all right, well, no, you can't, because if you do certain things, you're excluding people out and that can be a problem. Well, we really got to walk a delicate line with that, because I feel like that is the biggest pathway of, okay, now the opposite side is deciding to say this, and now they're going to play that game. That could get ugly quick. So truth is hard, but us talking together and persevering through it will be better than saying, well, I don't feel comfortable with this person being here because of this, that, and the third. That's just my own personal opinion. That's what I'm struggling with it. Definitely open to hear your thoughts.
I have thoughts. So I hear what you're saying and I understand where you're coming from, and it makes perfect sense. Also, I don't look at it as excluding people. The way I look at it personally is giving space for people who have historically for hundreds of years been excluded. So it doesn't mean, I mean, it'd be really cool if people just would respect that space for that person, you know. I don't know how to work around that. Because I understand what you're saying. We're like, if we were to just say, you know, y'all got to go. And at the same time, how do we hold space for that person who may have been traumatized and don't? So it'd be like dealing with an abuse victim. And then we're like, you have to go in the room with your abuser. Like, you know what I mean? So I know that's kind of a apples and oranges, but
Not really.
somewhat of a similar, there's power structures involved. And so it's not like, you know, we're kicking them out of their home and running their family out of town. We're just asking for space for people to tell their stories. But I also understand, like, definitely, yeah, we want to bring everyone forward. We don't want to say we're lifting up certain people and leaving others behind. So I think, is that kind of what you're saying?
One thing, and aren't we the comfort blanket? Aren't we the people to make sure that they feel comfortable and they can come and speak? And then we have people who are involved that can help them further feel that comfort, even if their adversary is in the same vicinity. They should be able to come here and feel comfortable with us and speak freely. But if we, my fear is that, once again, if that is flipped onto the opposite end, like, let's say you have the good people and then you have the bad people. If the bad people are deciding to do that again or do the same thing, then we really got a problem, because now we are losing a voice and we're losing, and that's how they're going to look at it, and they can use that to flip it back at us. That's the way.
So
I think it's, I think
I'm
it's,
just using good, bad people to make it very simple.
yeah, I think there's two things. There's one of providing the safe space for them to tell their truth. And if that requires a specific kind of environment, but once they've told the truth, then we are the voice to tell what their truth is. So we provide the space of whatever, where it's safe for them to provide it. We take that information and then we send out the message. Then we are the messenger. So
another thing I was just thinking when you were talking, so there are truth-telling situations in which people are going to tell us truths, maybe one-on-one, or maybe two commissioners go into the community and speak with people. And from what I understand, that is not public record because it's not a quorum. It's not a meeting. We're talking
well,
to people.
yeah.
Anything
You
that's
know?
written and recorded can it can be subpoenaed at any time.
Okay.
So
if they were to request women come out into the community, so you and I could go to that person,
Mhm.
for example.
we can have a conversation.
We're not excluding people. They've simply requested women show up, and so we're going to go. Now, when it comes to the public hearings, when we're vetting our people for the public hearings, we can disclose to them. And again, just giving an example, you may feel uncomfortable around white bodies. White bodies are going to be there. They're going to be speaking. So we can disclose that. And then they can then say, well, I'm out. or they could say, I'm in.
But again, they don't have to be the one to provide the information in the public setting. They could, like I said, there's many, and I think it's going to get touched on later. It's like there's many ways to provide the truth, and then different avenues to get the message out. So it's still, the end result is still the same. It's just that the methods can be done differently.
That's a good point.
You have more, Cliff? I see you thinking. Or anyone else?
Yes, on the Cliff's point, I just want to note that we might be creating ourselves other problems on the way. There's some forms of information, like the example I gave when the attorney was here, where information is going to come from people who are not looking like us. They might be the ones who hold that information. And so here's the case, we don't really want to be engaged with them, either as commissioners or as other bodies we are partnering with. So we really be getting into a lot of selection procedures, which are probably just creating problems and defeats the purpose of the commission. And one of them is healing and reconciliation. Yeah. So if we can't even show that we are willing to dialogue with people who maybe have information, they could be white people, heads of departments, and probably the information they have could be helpful to us. Not that we are telling them that they have done a bad thing. They're just telling us, okay, it could be within the University of Iowa. There's a department there doing evaluations of professors. This is something I've heard myself from some professors who are minorities, that probably when it comes to counseling, advising students have problems with how those resources are allocated. They are not comfortable with some people. But then we also have a situation where we might find student evaluations. We have minority professors in here, and the student evaluations, the majority of the students are white. And what if there's a situation where some faculty fall in the holes, Black minority fall just because of student evaluations? One professor told me one time, I'm getting a 5 out of 6, and I'm really scared because of students. What if the university puts more weight to that and not considering that the students are influenced? The person we are gonna talk to, or to conduct us, give us the data, it's gonna be probably somebody who's not like me, probably, more likely. And the university to agree to do that for us, we have to talk with those people to protect the faculty that are minorities. So at that time, I feel really, really free to talk to somebody who's not like me. Yeah, because that person is really, really helping me. Yeah, either in the commission here or out in the community. So I thought we closed this chapter when Commissioner Tasser came today and he gave a good speech. And I do not feel like we need to be going back. I think we are round and round again. So to me, this is personal. I feel like we should be inclusive. And that's the voice I'm bringing here today again. Yeah, because all of you gave your opinion about that earlier that day. Today, and I was sitting on the other side, and I want to give support to that I will accommodate opinions, engaging with other people, whatever. It is very painful. Even in the family, I have kids who don't like one another, and I can't choose, but they're all the same race, same mother. So, yes.
Cheers, I agree. I support that. And I would like to hear from you, fellow commissioner, on how you might have felt in this situation that before. I mean, how did you feel? That's your truth as well, too. And this is one of those uncomfortable. This is one of those uncomfortable moments. I don't mean to put you on a spot like that, but I felt like this has been festering around inside me because I am also a person who definitely believes in inclusivity and making sure that everybody feels comfortable, because I understand what our job is. I understand what we're trying to go for, and I know exactly what we're here to do. However, there are a lot of people along the way that are not just they're not against you. There are people that can be used to help move a situation forward. And they might not look exactly like you. I definitely know that. However, I don't like putting everybody in one category into another. Every time we start putting everybody in certain categories, that's how we got here, I feel like, in the first place. And it just makes way more sense to understand that not everybody is the same, and some people can definitely have value no matter who they are, and their opinions, no matter how different, are helpful, because we need as many people as possible to join in on making things better.
I mean, I can't help myself in one sense, but look forward. That's just who I am constitutionally. But the past is huge, and it has led to all kinds of things that create the current reality, right? So as much as in my head, I completely resonate with what you're saying, Cliff. I also understand where other folks are coming from. At least I try to. I just think to make this work, it takes all willing hands. I guess that's the best way. So that's the best way I can say it.
I agree. Good to go.
Okay, if there's no other comments, looking at everyone, I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. But first, I'm going to open it up to public comment. If there's anyone online that would like to comment on our agenda item number 6 that we just had, please raise your hand. If there's anyone in the room, please come to the stand. Otherwise, I will move forward onto agenda item number 7, legislative update by Deputy City Manager. I know you've been waiting to give this discussion, so I'll let you go ahead and do it.
Right. So ordinarily, having so many opportunities to come before you, this should be the most polished presentation that I've ever given, but it's absolutely going to be just the opposite of that, because every time I come, I add more notes. And so I have so many notes on top of notes that I can't even hardly understand what I was writing. So if I'm kind of fumbling through some of these points, please forgive, because I'm trying to trace my train of thought through several different weeks of iterations. So anyway, so I had brought this up as issue primarily based on a lot of conversation that the commission has been having, particularly in the world of what the commission might look like should work continue after December. And I was thinking along the lines of some areas where feedback or some functionality could actually assist what the city's is trying to do. And one of those worlds is some of our legislative priorities, particularly in the area of galvanizing community voices to try and influence the legislature. So I had some experience in Davenport. We kind of touched a little bit on it. Frankly, there were laws that had gotten created through that effort, particularly in the area of social justice in the rural industry of construction, that ultimately generated the state to break down large, big state contracts into smaller contracts, so smaller businesses can participate in some of DOT projects. At the local level, I know banking was talked about. The city created something called a deposit link program, which required banks that have to do CRA reporting to actually produce those reports to the city and have the city compare that data to its corridors of which they wanted to invest in, and or it be areas that were underinvested or divested in through the lack of lending, through mortgages, as well as business loans and things of that nature. So all that conversation happened through engaging the legislative process, the legal lawmaking, policy-making process. So, I've talked to folks that are very interested in social justice, but wouldn't spend a dime or a penny on the legal apparatus. But I'm kind of one of the folks that believe that Brown versus Education means something, that Civil Rights Act of 1964 means something, and that that some of the goals that I believe that I hear resonate on the commission can be achieved through the legislative process. So that's the reason why I suggested that I spend a little time talking to the commission about what the city does in that area, and just kind to plant the seed on how potentially the commission might view its role in assisting further some of the council's strategic plan. And I'll spend a little bit about what exactly that is and why that should be important for this commission. So with that being said, prior to every state legislative session, the city council traditionally adopts through resolution its set of legislative priorities. What goes into that is a number of things, but really primarily is the city strategic plan and other city council priorities. And so I'm holding this up. You probably have seen this colorful circle before. It's an illustration of the council's strategic plan. This year is a little bit different. I mean, it's the same topics, but the council thought it would be important to identify it through values and impacts. So in the values that are the pillars of the strategic plan, racial equity, social justice, and human rights leads the way in values, followed by climate action, and third would be partnerships and engagement. So just right off the top, that feels like something that the commission might be interested in. Obviously, racial equity, social justice, human rights, that kind of goes unsaid. But climate action. I come from Cleveland, Ohio, where environmental racism was the topic when I was coming up, and how environmental rules weren't noticed or attempted to address in certain areas of the city, and that happened to be those areas where a lot of minorities had lived. So that over time created, maybe not on purpose, but that created situations where health disparities and other things would manifest itself. So I think climate action certainly could be certainly a part of that. And then partnerships and engagement, that's what we've been spending all of our time talking about. So those values, those are the city council's values. So I sometimes wonder why there's so much of at least perceived disconnection, because on one time I spend tons of time with the city council, like really painstaking developing these things, and they really believe these things, but yet in the community there seems to be a disconnect. Like they don't really want us to be successful or those kind of. So I'm quiet. I sit there and I'm like, man, there's just like a disconnect. So I just bring that up because I really believe, and I've been around the industry of city management for a while, so I get a chance to see a lot of city councils. This is really a genuine, authentic council that wants to take on these issues. So I think there's different approaches, right? And we can all have different ways of how we think the best way to go about that. But I think at the core, these values are shared. I think the commission has an asset in the city council because of that. So then surrounding those values are impacts. Neighborhoods, housing in neighborhoods, really big with the city council, affordable housing. If we had a nickel for every time those words were mentioned in the chambers, we probably could afford to buy like tons of investment in affordable housing because it's constantly spoke of. Mobility, fare free. That doesn't come overnight. Like that's something that the council is really strong about. And I feel very confident, even though we haven't figured out how we're going to be paying for it after the pilot project, that there's going to be a way found. Because I know it's that important. Safety and well-being, I know that's where we're talking about our police and community issues. And I know that's where there's constant discussion on how that goes about and how that can be better. But we certainly have GuideLink and those kind of projects that aren't reflective anywhere else in the states happening right here in Johnson County, because I think there's belief in these core values. And then obviously economy is important. Which is a double-edged sword because everybody wants to move into Iowa City. That's why the prices are so high. Right. So obviously we're doing something right. But now we got to try and figure out that it should be open to everybody and everybody at multiple different socioeconomic levels should be able to have and live Iowa City. Right. So this is, so I spend time. This is what is behind the legislative priorities. So with that, I wanted to take a moment to kind of go through our legislative priorities. I'm going to kind of go over them quickly, but I do want to spend some time in some areas where I think there's definitely we can use some help, and a group like this could certainly be helpful in that area. So, with that being said, starts off with strategic plan. Value, and then under that value, there's a number of legislative priorities. So starting out with climate action.
Excuse me, Redmond, is there any way to get a visual or something? Or
I didn't put one together, but I can certainly get something to you
afterwards.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. So sure can. And then also whatever I'm covering right now is kind of like old news because there's been a full resolution that has been passed and this stuff is laid out. So, but I'll make sure that the commission gets it through the packet, if not for next time, or a part of the minutes for this meeting. So, strategic plan value, climate action, support for climate action initiatives. So the city climate action has an adaptation plan that's been passed and accepted. The city of Iowa City encourages the state to adopt the 2021 International Energy and Conservation Code. So that is certain amendments that we're looking at to allow our citizens to have invest in their properties, certain ecological efforts like solar and things of that nature. And if the state has a little more flexibility in the international energy codes, so those things can be pursued. So that's a priority that we're looking at. Another priority under that same climate action value would be support legislative changes that allows investor owner utilities like Mid-America to have or implement community solar projects. Now, what community solar projects would do would essentially allow folks to install solar panels on their homes and have and be a part of getting credits, tax credits for that, almost like a lot of times you'll see tax credits for corporate investors doing things. I was a part of one with the Herbert Hoover Foundation, and if they made donations, they could get tax credits from their corporate. Well, this would extend that kind of activity for regular citizens and allow them to do things like solar investments in their properties. So that's something that is a priority for the city council. Another priority is continued enhancement and protections with funding from what we call REAP. And those REAP grants are particularly focused on natural resources, park areas, and open spaces in the community. So I don't know how you, and I should know exactly how many parks we have, but I know it's 60 plus parks that we have in Iowa City. So open space parks, really important and a certain asset in dealing with some of the areas like I talked about with my experiences in Cleveland, Ohio. Continuing on to the next strategic value, this is the advanced social justice, racial equity, and human rights. Right on top of that list is the support legislation protecting the rights of manufactured home residents. So this issue, we've gotten tons and tons of complaints of manufactured home residents who have lived in a manufactured home community, and it changes ownership, and prices overnight or rents overnight have jumped 3, even 4 times more than their last rates. And there's no cap. So we support things of having a cap. We support, and a lot of times some of this happens without notice. We support legislation that would allow a proper notice to the residents. I spent yesterday up at the Capitol. Amazingly, and one of the challenges with legislation priorities that come from Iowa City is we're a little bit of like a liberal hub or a blue seed in a sea of red, and sometimes the things that we say that we're wanting to do, some folks will vote against it just because of that. So there's a little bit of a strategy to, kind of, sit back, try and introduce ideas, or at least work with the opposite party to try and bring some of these things forward, at least to their comfort levels. Well, this particular issue at least has some traction, and I'm really excited about it. So yesterday I was in a subcommittee where Republicans said, hey, we need to do something. And so at least they're looking at a tax relief plan. It doesn't have the caps and everything we want, but we're hoping to get some of that through amendments. But at least we have the basic bill. So there is hope out there to get some things done, even though we hear about all of the other kind of wild and crazy things that come out of the legislature. There's ways to still work within that system.
Redmond, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't quite understand it. I think you were referring to something that I would have heard in my past as homes where there are trailer homes, where the people can rent the home, but they also have to rent the space in which the home is on.
They can own the home, but there's also a lot rent.
Yes.
And that is what has been going up.
Yes.
And there's this feeling that people, even who do not live in a sea of blue, that they understand that there are many folks that live in a sea of red that are impacted by that.
Absolutely. Right on point there. Continuing on, next priority is the continued use of federal funding supporting residents and businesses in the COVID recovery of COVID. So as you know, I've reported on some of the programs that the city has pursued with the use of its ARPA dollars. There's at least rumored of there still being some state ARPA dollars out there. And so we're pushing to get those dollars if they are still available. Next priority, support reform measures to reduce racial disparity in criminal justice system and to address systemic racism. That's one of their legislative priorities. So one of those things, there's two areas I wanted to really focus in on that. One is the governor's focus committee on criminal justice reform. So Governor Reynolds, one that we probably wouldn't say would believe in a lot of the things that we work on, created a committee to focus in on those issues. And for the most part, I went through, for the most part, there's been some pretty significant ground being made up here that we don't really understand or hear very much about. So, one of the things was getting citizenship rights restored for felons that are re-entering into society. So Governor Reynolds did get that done through executive order, which is great, but that can be changed at any whim of another governor, or if Governor Reynolds for some reason has a change of heart. So the goal here is to get this manifested into actual law by getting the Senate and the House reps to basically get on board and say these rights should be protected beyond just one governor's administration. But we're happy that process is happening, but no one talks about that, and everyone assumes that it's protected and it's not going to go away. Another thing in employer outreach. So there was a House File 650 that was passed, which basically reduced the liability for businesses that hired folks with criminal records. So what that plays out is if I hire someone that was involved in some type of theft, and I am a financial institution or something like that, I would have more liability should that person be involved in some kind of mishap or inaccuracy or what have you. But what was happening before, if that person was involved in theft and they were delivering a delivery driver or something that had nothing to do with financing, that was being held against them. So at this point now, and this was also supported in a House file that passed, now only if it is directly related to whatever that particular business thing is, would there be extra liability. So that's huge, and that passed and that has been done. So I don't want to go into all of them, but there's a lot of things in here that has been achieved. Now, one of the things that and the city is saying we want this list to continue to be moving forward. And see some actions to continue. So not everything's been done in there, but we are saying we would like to see more work being done in that area. Another one is, and this is the city's priority by unanimous decision. Law enforcement agencies need to expand legal avenues for addressing hate-related acts. Currently, the state hate crimes provision, the Iowa Code Chapter 729A, enhances the penalty for certain crimes when they are committed because of a person's race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, political affiliation, sex, sexual orientation, age, or disability. But harassment and trespass with the intent to harass are not. So we're actually saying we need and want to have that added to the state code. So that hasn't been done yet. Obviously, something I think that the commission could be a big part in galvanizing, communicating, educating the folks and say, hey, this is not moving, and people need to be asking why not. Continuing, next priority, reinstate voter approved public library levies. So this was huge. I kind of I talked a little bit with Vice Chair at the beginning of this meeting. So the city, as well as every other city around the state, is trying to deal with the aftermath of the last session, which House File 718, known as the Property Tax Reform Bill, had passed. In that bill, essentially, where cities and counties are allowed to have levies, special levies identified on that, it is a part of your overall tax rate. There's certain things that are earmarked, goes to those spots. Well, the legislature decided to collapse many of those levies, and one of those levies was the library levy. This was, for a long time, kind of thought of as a sacred cow. No one thought that this would ever be kind of openly attacked. But on the back end of a lot of the book issues and critical race theory issues, it just so happens that now libraries, one of the places where, freedom of learning and educating and all that is, under somewhat of attack. And there's a little commentary on my end on that, but essentially that's what's going on. And so now that levy, even though it was voter supported, those levies are clearly by every community saying, hey, we want these dollars to go to our library. That's gone. So this year, we're trying to figure out a levy that used to bring in roughly $2 million, how that's going to get funded. Now that's getting thrown into the general fund with everything else that the city has to prioritize. So that's a big deal. And so some think that those were unintended consequences, that maybe this bill was signed without every legislator totally understanding what was in it. So we've been working to say, hey, let's deal with the unintended consequences. So that's a big issue. I think has great impact for the commission, or could have good impact for the commission. Another priority would protect and support the freedom of movement of people using public transit. So this is mostly an issue of security, and we've been seeing particularly with some knives, people coming. We've had a couple of situations with more people getting on the bus, which is great, but sometimes they come with some of their own behavioral, mental, and viewpoints that might threaten others. So one of those issues, in particular, our bus drivers have raised the concern of folks coming in with weapons, and obviously we have some very open, friendly, open carry, those kind of things coming on the bus, and would like to have a little more protections, kind of like they've done with airports and airplanes, that people should be able to transport without having to worry about some of those safety issues. So we understand that's a tough ask, because if it involves guns, typically that's been another sacred cow that you can't touch. But we've gotten some room and been hearing some positive potential for knives, saying, you shouldn't be able to be flipping knives around and stuff. So we've had that before. So anyway, that's also important. So going to the next value, our last value that I'll be covering, is partnerships and engagement. Priority there is working with the university students to help them with their rent protection proposals. So one of those protections, they were looking at having move-in checklists And we had some movement on that last session, made it through the House, didn't make it through the Senate, and had some support from the Landlord Association. So we think there's some ground there. Essentially, that would create a list that the property owners and the tenants could go over to give some kind of clarity to the deposits that they put in. There's been issues where there's an issue found and the whole deposit is kept and not returned. And so trying to get handles around those issues. The other is to support and continue excellence in the primary, secondary, and higher education institutions and advocate for additional education funding. I think, and that's, oh, and then, and so there's the other, this is kind of, there's certain associations like the League of Cities, the Metro Coalition, which is made up of the larger cities around the state. There's been a constant challenge to home rule. And we've been pushing back to say, you know, communities should have more say in what happens in the communities. So that's a traditionally back and forth process. We certainly, that's part of our priorities as well. So I can go into a more detail, but I figured probably just save some room for questions, and I'll certainly get information to you in the visual form so you guys can follow some of this. I think I didn't note, but there is a bill that I think could have huge importance. So Senate file, it started out Senate file 457, changed to Senate file 2325 when it makes it out of committee. Sometimes that happens. It's a civil service bill, particularly focused on police and fire. But within that bill, it does away with the community police review board. So there's an attempt to disband the community police review board. Not real sure. It's made it out of committee. So one of the things is trying to determine if it's a pretender or a contender, and it appears to be a contender because it's going to make it to further discussion on the floor. But that's a big one. So
it was Senate file 457, and now is what is the new
Senate file 2325. So, yeah. And so this was the funnel week. So there's really two funnel weeks, but this is the week where most of the bills go through. The second funnel is mostly on financial bills. So we're still trying to get a handle what made it through funnel week, and probably have better clarity on what that looks like. But yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out, and that's what we're working on right now.
Question, not a question, a comment on the area of housing and protections for rents and other deposits, things like that. This is talking from experience, and usually a lot of foreign students, immigrants, refugees, when they come in here, they have problems with the housing. Not sometimes because there's no house or they can't afford, but the landlords, we know that the first deposit is usually agreed. Everyone knows that you have to pay a deposit. But some landlords or housing owners or entities, do you require that from the way you look, from the way you talk, that you put in a 2-month deposit, sometimes 3, even an additional, and even add additional protections? Security, like whom do you know out there that has money that is going to guarantee you that? And I believe that really is, I wanted to use that word, I can't pronounce it, but it really hurts that population in a very, it could be Hispanic population, could be African population. The way they talk, like you see me here now talking, they just know this is a foreign guy. He just came here the other day, and he or she does not know anything about our laws. So I'm gonna subject him or her to that. And you end up not getting a house. And that is really, really hurting our people. Yeah. And that, I don't know if the city has at one time considered that as a part of something to discuss in an ordinance or in any way. And you can relate that to what's happening there too.
I can share that we're very aware of that dynamic. The problem is it's considered to be like a private contract. And so there's really been, and I know Stephanie probably works more in getting those kind of, there's very limited things that we can do as a city in that kind of arrangement. But I think there's a huge opportunity for education and providing resources to maybe some nonprofits that can, like the Center for Worker Justice and folks like that, that can delve into that and make sure that people are aware of their rights. But yeah, that is something that we constantly have come across and heard. And I know I've been in meetings with the mayor and listening to some of those horrific stories.
Is there any way, excuse me, is there any way in those situations for the city to offer an incentive that would help? Sort of what I'm thinking is, if there was an independent brokerage for matchmaking between people and housing, and if the city said to landlords, if you play with us, you get something. I don't know what that would be. And so that might be a way to incentivize landlords to play nice and to not engage in these kinds of practices.
Well, I think you raise a very interesting point, and I can't speak to everything that's been attempted to do, but I do know that there has been innovative approaches taken in the past that then the folks in Des Moines hear about it and then create a law just to disallow it. So it's a challenge sometimes that if it's successful and Des Moines finds out about it, they then zero in legislation to disallow. So there's a bit of give and take, and you know, Stephanie, if you have any examples, you probably might be more familiar with actual examples, but I know that that's happened.
Well, minimum wage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was one that they put the kibosh on.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I was just thinking this might fly a little under the radar because on the surface, it's the landlords who are benefiting. Right. They're getting a little extra something. So then you shift. So it isn't like, I don't know.
Not really.
Well, you know, one of the things, and I don't want to make it a soapbox about our budget woes, but one of the challenges in 2014, the state thought that it would be great to view all of our apartment buildings and everything as they were considered to be businesses. And it's rightly so. They're very much more like a business than a landlord or even of like a duplex or something. These are corporations, a lot of them out of state, those kind of thing. Well, they essentially said, well, we're not going to allow those to be considered to be commercial entities anymore. We're going to let them become residential entities, which are a much lower tax rate. So if you look at our tax rate, you know, commercial entities are taxed in the 90 percentile, whereas homeowners, residences are taxed in around 50 to 60 percentile. Right. So we lost all of that revenue. And so they knew that. And so they decided, they says, okay, well, we'll give you some backfill. Well, if we talked about backfill, the problem with that, they can take it anytime they want. Mm-hmm. And then they just start to kind of phase away. And then you're stuck with, you know, all of the things that translates into having ladders in your fires, you know, being able to deliver services to high rises is a lot different proposition, right? Than residential. So, but we don't have the ability to have that tax rate. So this latest system of reform comes on the heels of that. So it's just like, stick a pin in there or, something, but it's a challenge.
I had a quick question. So you talked about, so I think you said before the legislative session, the city puts together this list of legislative priorities. When is it historically, like what time of year? So
Sure.
So if we wanted to
Participate or have some
get a voice,
feedback in that?
exactly, when would that? be
So
presented for everyone?
usually it's the last meeting in December of the calendar year when the council approves it, but they often maybe even work session that information, or at least it might show up in the information packet of the council, which just covers all the things going on in the city. They may want to talk about it or may not, usually in November. So if say the commission wanted to chime in or have some input into that process, November would be the time to do it, and maybe even participate in a work session to maybe take a deeper dive into any of these particular issues.
So if we wanted to propose something, not knowing whether it's one of the priorities, or find out that this is maybe something they're thinking about and we want to throw our opinion or whatever else in.
Yeah, so I usually kind of organize that process. I will start taking things from departments in October. Yeah. And then we'll internally, we also kind of set up a pre-session meeting with our local delegation. And we usually try to do that somewhere around the end of November, beginning of December. Sometimes that's a public process. We've done it where it's been a public process, and other times it's just been being in a conference room, hammering out things. It just kind of depends.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other thoughts?
I just want to add to the effort that we, maybe as an individual, but I think here I'm supposed to talk like a commissioner. We appreciate getting that information. It signals to us where the city is heading, responding to our needs, which we have not expressed fully, but some have been expressed before in different forums. And you give us a proper way in which we can channel those, I would call it complaints, or suggestions to you. And there seems to be lack of communication. I think our communities that are not well engaged, and that is an area that I believe we will work on towards the recommendation on how well to build our communities to be engaged in different ways, so that others don't feel like, oh, they don't care about us. Actually, the city would give us a forum in which we can engage with them. That report you're talking about now, I can't remember its name, the colored one. I believe there's some input there, but it could have really been good if small communities are also involved in the sharing into that report so that all they wait for is to see, oh, did the city respond to those things we talked about? So we need to work on ways in which we engage our people. I believe in our African communities, the churches play a really big role. We need to engage with the other people, the pastors and other people and other community leaders. And so that when we recommend things we should know well, the city is also thinking that, and maybe they are willing to. Some are going to be difficult. But I appreciate that as a commission to know that there's room for that. And there's a plan, a strategic priority plan in which we can fit in things that Commissioner Mara has just mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank you, Redmond, for bringing this to our attention. Really appreciate you just having this discussion with us. If there's no further questions, I'm going to move us on in our agenda and open it up to anyone online or in the room that would like to comment on this last agenda item. Okay, at this time, since it is past 9, I'd like to skip to number 10, agenda item 10, concept note, because I believe that will be a big discussion, and I'd like to give Leo and I think Melinda's online an opportunity to talk about the concept note with us.
It is no longer on.
Melinda's no longer on. Okay. Okay.
There's, I have to change one of the names. There's not 2 Dr. Schulers on.
I see. It's
Yeah, that's Monopoly.
okay.
My doppelganger.
So the concept notes, I believe that Think Peace would be leading this discussion.
Yep, I was wondering if Eduardo might be in the queue. Otherwise, I'm happy to walk through it.
I don't, no, he's not on the queue right now.
Chair and Leo, this is Larry Schooler. Could I just interject for 1 second before Leo jumps in? My only role in terms of staying on was to see if there were any changes or corrections to the list of things that came out of the February 1st fact-finding discussion. And while I want Leo to jump in, I thought that that would be pretty short. Okay. And so I just wanted to either I can share it on screen if folks need it, or it's in the backup that was, I think, part of the agenda. But it's really just to make sure that we accurately captured everything that y'all wanted us to work with staff to run down as part of fact finding. So Leah, I apologize for jumping in,
Right.
but hopefully this will be a quick item.
Larry, we can back up to that agenda item, number 9, fact finding.
And if Stephanie could give me screen share for just a second, I was just going to put the notes up on the screen for everybody's point of reference. But as I said, we basically, Laurel Cohen, who by the way sends regards, she's off to get married this weekend, so it's just me for the next week or so. But so Laurel did her best to capture the inventory of things that you all were interested in, and so that's what's reflected on this document that's up on the screen. And so really we just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything that we misunderstood or something glaringly missing that we needed to try to run down. I did just want to publicly acknowledge both Redmond and Stephanie. Redmond has helped to put together a bunch of data that will help us to respond to these requests, and Stephanie's had conversations with both Sioux City and Coralville at the suggestions of Commissioners Nobis and Vice Chair Merritt. So just want to thank the commissioners for the suggestions and Stephanie and Redmond for the help. At any rate, if there's any changes or corrections, let me know.
Thank you, Larry.
Of course.
It doesn't look like there's any comments on this, but I believe that all of us can get in touch with you if we have any further discussion outside of the meeting.
Sounds fine. Yeah, if there's anything that's missing, let us know. And obviously we're just driving towards a report on March 14th. So sooner the better, but we'll just keep plugging away.
Thank you so much for staying on.
No problem. Over to Leo.
Okay. And now I'm going to go back to agenda item number 10 for the concept note.
All right. Would you like me to share my screen and walk through it?
Yes.
If someone could please give me the ability to do so. Is that Stephanie?
Yes, she's working on it. 1 sec.
Right. Go. So thank you very much. All right. So the entire team has been coming together to put this comprehensive walkthrough of community encounters. We also want to acknowledge that we heard you around the terminology of culminating events, that this is very much a touch point moving forward, that this is a grounding, showing that this is what the work can look like moving forward. And then it being up to you folks to carry on this work at the transition point after the end of March. And so Kearns West, Think Peace, Healing and Native Partners have each contributed to this document. And so the 3 community encounters are around fact-finding, truth-seeking, and reconciliation, grounded in Resolution 2228, Article 11, as you know quite well. And so these encounters are opportunities for a necessary and transformational dialogue on racial injustice in our midst. And so we are looking at, from a thematic perspective, prioritizing 3 aspects in which we believe racial injustice manifests itself in our community: law enforcement and safety, economic development, and education. And acknowledging that many other facets of historical and structural injustice exist, the focus for this and this document is going to be around these first issues. And so, fact-finding component, first scheduled for March 14th by Kearns and West, going over a complete data set, and then followed by a facilitated exercise on the following Monday of March 18th. And this should all be incorporated in the calendar that was presented to you last meeting. And then, so from there will be 2 truth-telling and incorporating healing circles events on the 20th and 21st to be confirmed, working on the logistics of location and making sure that potential truth tellers will be well cared for and supported in the truth telling and the healing dialogue portion of it. Okay.
Leo?
Perfect. So yes, please.
I'm sorry. Help me understand. You're talking about what happens in March, which is more the public. Help me understand the private that happens between now and March, where we're actually.
Sorry, go ahead.
Where we're actually having conversations with individuals.
Right. So this concept note is specifically around the actual events themselves. And we also have a truth-telling hearings manual that is prepared for you, should be in your hands, copies there. And so that is the preparation work that covers some of that there. But with the
the
capacity.
answer to your question, it starts on page 6.
Thank you. Yes. So with the capacity we want to honor the capacity of the commission and leave room for you all to decide how you want to go about doing that work, especially with the complexities around the open meetings laws and the whole discussion earlier around what is public and what is publicly available. And so leaving room for you to engage with potential community partners for some of that pre-hearing work.
We're on page 6.
What is covered in that. And that is also linked to the trauma-informed truth-telling and witnessing document that covers it in more detail. In the hearings manual that you have is connected to the protocol that Melinda Salazar presented a few meetings ago.
It's on page 6 and 7. I see how do you outreach? The identification process, formal invitation, recommendation, support, follow-up. To answer your question.
Scrolling down, please excuse the speed. It's connected here under participants. Each of which is linked to the trauma-informed truth-telling witnessing protocol.
I'm sorry, there's something to do with this at a 50,000 foot level. And to make sure we have been provided the information that tells us the process, in essence, to be able to do the private truth telling. That's what page 6 through
So
9 is supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing under tasks, what are the tasks from here to the event to ensure its realization? That's where I'm seeing what we need to do starting now.
So we're responsible for planning the process of doing the private portion of the truth telling before we get to that.
I wouldn't say planning because the plan is in front of us on how we do
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm not really talking about the process of how we do it. I'm talking about really the process of getting the people.
Yes.
So we're responsible for getting the people to be able to pull this together.
We've always been responsible for that.
And just curious, how do we do that?
Well, we need to discuss how to do that now.
So I think that's been one of the weakest parts of our game, has been about pulling the community to do the type of work that we need to do. And considering that we have 30 days to be able to pull that together, then that's what I have some concern about.
I would agree with you. We have a short timeline and there's a lot of stuff to do.
I just don't know what that is of the stuff to do. You see what I'm saying? What is that stuff to do?
I mean, to me, it looks like we need to identify who we want to sit down and talk with. To me, it looks like all the people that we've over the years with past commissioners and everything, we need to sit down and talk with them. We need to talk to the list of organizations that we know already have people. We need that's the work that we need to do from our end because we're in the community, is what I see. We have the manual, we have what the next steps are. We have to be the ones to identify the people.
There was a list that's already been started, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there's a list in here of, yep. We need to do the outreach piece.
To my understanding, you have the list of organizations, community organizations with whom you have various relationships. And so with this outline of showing how to go about the actual preparation work, how to go about the actual hearings themselves, then this can help alleviate whatever concerns will come up in those conversations with these organizations on who they have ready to speak. And so using those community connections to do the outreach, to bring the people in so these events are around maybe having half a dozen people in this first come through and share their testimony. And so if you are imagining a massive thing where dozens of people are coming through and sharing their testimony, that is not what this is. This is a strategic outreach for the connections that you have for people who you know, people who have already come forward, other organizations who are out there who you have connections with, and saying, who do you have in your community who has raised these issues around racial injustice and police violence, and are they ready to engage in some public truth-telling? And then you would have the conversations, again, for you all to determine whether you would do that individually without taking notes, or with taking notes, or having your community partners do the outreach and having the conversations, and then welcoming those people into the truth-telling hearings.
Chair, I just need, maybe you can give me a big picture
Mhm.
view of how that is supposed to happen. I'm lost on how we think that we're going to do that.
How we're going to get people to come, or how we're going to find people, or just so I understand what you're asking me.
So there's a process that's supposed to happen before we get to the public process.
Mhm.
It's supposed to bring in people and so that they can have conversations with them, right? I assume that we share some information with them.
Mhm.
We figure out who they are, they come in, they have these conversations. We determine based on the conversations, we build a story that then is shared publicly, and that's what we share in March. So I'm asking privately, how do we gather and build the conversations with people in such a way that we can then make a determination? How do we do that?
Like, how do we
get-
decide who is going to be the one speaking?
How do we even talk? How do we even get people to come and be a part of the private portion?
How do we, that's a great question. I think that's what we needed to discuss and talk about. I know that I've heard from almost everyone on this commission, past and present, that we know people that are ready to talk. We know people that want to be involved in this. And I think this is the time now for us to outreach to those people and talk to them. Tell them this is what we're doing. This is our time to showcase what we want to share with the community, our idea that we've come up with how we can move forward with truth and reconciliation. So when you're asking, how do we do this? I can talk to people that I work with, work with those people, or I can talk to people I know at my church, or people I know and my friends in the community that have experienced the topic that we're focused on, and ask them if they want to sit and talk. And then from there, be like, well, we have this event. Would you be willing to talk more in front of other people? And then work together to get to that.
Are we gonna set, is there a deadline that once we've assigned, I guess, who's gonna be talking to whoever, give them a deadline as to when that's supposed to happen?
We haven't talked about it, so no, there's no deadline yet.
But are we gonna set that today?
Yes, if we decide to. I'm not in charge of making all this. We are in charge of all this. This is not my project. This is our project.
For our chair, and that's what I'm just asking our chair for this, a better understanding, just from a guidance perspective.
Mhm.
30 days that we have in essence to be able to pull some of this information
Yeah.
together. I assume that there has to be a meeting or a location that has to be set. We have to invite people to come to that meeting. We have to be able to be prepared to share information. We set a timeline for the public, but we did not set any that I can understand specific timelines for the private. And I'm just trying to figure out what our plan is for the private. And the reason I brought up the issue that I brought up earlier is that depending on how you do it, how you set it up from a commission perspective, you can call it when I call it putting ourselves at risk. I'm an expert, so I don't mind people when they call me to testify for stuff. But the concept is that if we write stuff down and we put stuff together, then that information then can be shared. We have to check. There's certain people we can't talk to right now because they have a lawsuit against the people, which they have legitimate issues of what we would want to bring up, but we can't talk to them or spend any time with them. So we have systems that are in place that are preventing us from even doing some of the basic things that we want to do. We have 30 days to come up with a plan that we have no plan for before a public session that we have.
Mhm.
I appreciate this, but I'm really now trying to get to how we get down to the meat of it. What I'm hearing you say, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, talk to the people that you know, and then see if they will talk. And then once we can identify whether they will talk, then we will figure out a meeting that they can talk to us at.
So I don't know about this meeting, the private meeting. The private meeting would be with you. Or if you go with another commissioner, there wouldn't be we need to schedule a private place unless we decide after us as commissioners, me and Lauren talk to a person. That person agreed to already want to talk publicly. But if we if you and let's say Cliff go and talk to someone and that person, like you just get the gist, you give them the information and they want to do the private session, then we schedule that and we decide how they want to do it. They want to talk in front of a camera or something. And maybe that's after the March public event.
But the person that Cliff and I talked to
Mhm.
is trash. They're just speaking off the top of their head. They really don't make any sense about what they're saying. We recommend them and they come and they don't, since no one else has heard them, you're relying on us.
Yes, because you are commissioners and we can't all be in the same room.
If you're trying to get a group to tell a story, then you want the group to be able to somehow make sure that the story, that it's consistent.
I think I'm missing the story part.
I don't know what they would be up there telling, right?
Their truth about their experience with racial injustice around public safety.
Is there a thing?
Right, so if I could step here, excuse me.
Not right now. I appreciate it, but not right now. What I'm just asking is that if there's a theme that is running through the story, right? Just as if there was a theme that's running through the story, if the commission is talking to the 9/11 commission or talking about the January 6th commission, there's some theme that they're trying to show.
Mm-hmm.
We are responsible for that theme.
And our theme we've decided is racial injustice. Sub-theme is public safety. That's the theme. We've already decided that from my perspective.
But what does that mean?
That means that if
Are we saying that people that are going to speak are going to just speak their truth, even if it's disjointed?
yes. I mean, that's how I see it. I mean, clearly we see it differently. How would you see it? Because you're right. We have 30 days and we're testing this out. We don't have time to create a theme, but we can give people an opportunity, bring them together. And if there is a theme that comes up, we can do it again.
I agree with that. This is kind of a testing ground, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing if we refer to the concept note, page 1, the last paragraph, that's what I think we are on, if I'm not wrong.
I'm curious as to what your idea was as well.
So you're wanting more of a narrow focus, like for example, police brutality by a certain group or something of that nature, rather than just having a wide general kind of topic.
Open-ended.
It could be police brutality, maybe it's related more, let's say, towards housing, police breaking in, how they approach, giving search warrants. And everyone is talking about how they receive their search warrants and how that is inappropriate. Or it could be police brutality or just police interaction as relates to traffic stops and how what happens when there's a traffic stop. Things that I may have learned is that I never stop in the middle of the street or I never stop on the side of the street. I always go to where there's lights. And, how, I was discouraged not to do that, even though I felt it was in my best interest from a safety perspective. So that's going to be the theme that's going to be around that. It isn't that one person is going to talk about, how, they did a search warrant. And the other person here is going to talk about how they did a police traffic. And another person here talked about, how they, treated them as an employee.
So you're saying we should categorize it and try to make it a little easier.
More narrow focus.
What you want to do is when you go to the community, you want to be able to share a theme of this is what the stories that we get into the very common, right? So we all have these different, we have these different interactions with these folks. Some people do a very good job at communicating and feel comfortable communicating. Some people don't, right? But we may find that there's some type of theme that they all have in common or something that we want to share. That is important, right?
So is that something that we should split up as a commission where we all take a certain set and then go out and try to look for?
So
I hear what you're saying, and that would make sense if we've already done the community outreach and we knew what those topics are, but we don't.
Yeah,
Like, this is an exploratory process still.
I get that.
We don't, like, for us to do that would be us deciding what people want to talk about. And we already have people that have said that they want to talk about something that's not police brutality or police public safety. And because of what we chose, we need to move past, they don't get to speak this time. So if we narrow it further, in my opinion, we're further pushing away people's voices in this community.
Oh, you can call it whatever you want on that one, pushing it away, or you can call it. I'm just simply saying that if you go and you do an outreach to the community, you say, here are the things that we're interested in hearing from you about.
Yeah.
We give them the themes, and then they come to us with these things. And if they have something else they want to share, then that's fine. They can come and share whatever they want to share. But if we find a commonality based on these themes, and we want to share those things based on the themes that we told them we want to talk about, then we know that on this situation that it may be an issue, and B, we can build a story. The public session is not just, the public session isn't really practice for us. It's game time. It's the time to be able to say what we've done has some value. Now, it may not be perfect, right? It may not be, we may not be exceptional in everything that we do, but it is a time that it's an outwardly public thing that we're saying, we need you to have you a part. We want you to be a part of it, to hear of the work that we've been doing over the past 3 years.
So you want us to have a message for the community with these sessions that are, what I'm hearing you say, well thought out. And I guess I'm thinking we're not there yet. We still are thinking, we're still trying to figure out what the message is, but we do know that public safety, police brutality is part of that message. And we're inviting people who we've heard already to come and talk a little bit more, which will build discussion. But if you think there's a way to get more focus, is what I'm hearing you saying, I could be misunderstanding. I'm all ears. I just don't know how we do that in, like you said, 30 days.
Right. That's what I've been concerned about, is our communication plan of how we're going to get it out to the world. That's why I don't really support the eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Pick the person that you know. I really recommend more of here are the themes. Come and talk to us if you have concerns about this.
Okay,
this is what TRC is here.
So I think I'm now understanding what you're saying. You want us to reach out to people with what we want, which I thought we were already going to do. So I think I misunderstood that. If we're going to find people, what you just said, any, mini, miny, mo, we would still be presenting what this is the things that we're looking for. And we'd also be reaching out to all of the nonprofit organizations or the community groups that we can work with to help us find those people as well with that information that you're saying. So we wouldn't just be like, hey, friend.
Just out of curiosity, just tell me how will we work with it? For example, how will we work with the nonprofits? Give me an example of what we would do when working with a given nonprofit. Make sure I better understand.
So 2 years ago, it's been a while, we all reached out to the contacts that we had at local nonprofits. And we said, hey, when we're ready, would you be willing to partner with us? Meaning, when we're ready, will you help us find people that are wanting to share their truths about racial injustice in this community? Let's say we go to a nonprofit that works, let's say inside out reentry, and they work with previously incarcerated people. Maybe they know someone that has a specific story that they have been wanting to get off their chest and tell everyone. They already know those people, and they can talk to us, and they've already vetted it. They can tell us a little bit what it is, and we can work with them to prep for that, is what I'm saying. So this is going to be a lot of work, but it doesn't have to be by ourselves. This is the community outreach part that I think that everyone has been saying for months that we need to be doing. We have the plan for it. That's how I see us doing this next part. Like Cliff said, I think we definitely need to split up. In the very beginning, Cliff, you remember we had subcommittees. We didn't know what we were doing. Now we can do whatever the splitting up is to figure it out. I know that Amos and I have had conversations. He knows people in the community. Commissioner Gathua, everyone knows people, but I wouldn't say just pick your best friend. Pick people that you know that will make a meaningful testimony, or someone that really needs their voice heard and they need someone to tap on them to be able to talk, is how I'm seeing it. But again, all ears if that's not making sense or I'm thinking about it differently.
On that note, I'm curious as to what Leo was gonna say, if you don't mind.
Is it cold in here?
Leo.
Sure. Yes. So essentially that, right? Reach out to the heads of the organizations, reach out to whatever community contact you have at them. Because again, as it has been shared, each of you, some of you have relationships with these organizations where people have come forward. You've been having these conversations. And so there are people who are waiting to be heard. And so it is a matter now of reaching back out now that you have the clarity. Because yes, at the bottom of page 1, that members of the community will be able to share their experiences, positive and negative, regarding public safety and criminal justice. Specifically, participants will have an opportunity to indicate how racial injustice impacts concrete communities and individuals, and to reflect on what is needed to transform these conditions. And so it is a matter of uplifting the voice of community members without a given agenda, right? That yes, you have the theme of public safety, criminal justice, police brutality, and it is for this forum is for community members to finally be heard. And for you as commissioners to receive that, to hold them in that sharing and encourage them to bring a support person to, whether it's family, friends, chosen family. The Healing Partners have assured, again, also it is in the concept note of having community crisis response there to make sure that there is that supportive mechanism. And so it is welcoming community members in, it is welcoming people from institutions who need to hear this truth, and bringing community members together to hold that. And this is the beginning of being guided by the community on what needs to be changed in order to address the systemic harm that they're experiencing.
Good to go. Thank you.
How does it feel for me to carry on with the concept note? Should there be further discussion first?
I think you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we do the brief overview of the purpose of the fact finding, the 2 dates where there will be the fact finding sharings, and then March 20th and 21st, again, working out the logistics on location to make sure that all of the spatial needs are going to be met. And then, so there will be the truth-telling hearing portion, and then those will be followed by the healing circles led by Native Partners and Healing Partners. And then we have some key definitions on reconciliation, addressing, again, grounded in the mandate of the TRC shall provide opportunity for and facilitate direct conversation among and between community members of color, white community members, and representatives of various sectors in which people of color experience discrimination and injustice. Create a replicable model that provides a structure for enabling these conversations throughout the city. Again, this is the beginning of that. Make available opportunities for a broad cross-section of the community to learn about discrimination and racial injustice in our community. Part of why these hearings are going to be recorded, to start generating that public record, and identify and recommend to the City Council institutional and policy reforms, new social practices, expectations, protocols, and so forth. And again, that is to be guided directly by community members. And so in the truth-telling and witnessing protocol, there are some example questions on how the flow of this will go, where there is explicit guidance on the flow of each one of these sessions. And so reconciliation in the context of this work involves a coming to agreement about truth. And so here, engaging in TRC-like and truth-telling processes in the U.S. supports opportunities for oppressed and the oppressors to come to agreement about the original sins and perpetual harms of these sins, i.e. theft of life, liberty and land, Jim Crow, redlining, gentrification, police violence, and other forms of structural racism. So along these same lines, truth-telling processes involve a coming to agreement about the ways to support healing and repair related to the consequences of those harms. And so it is in this way of uplifting the voice of the community and rectifying, being guided by community voices on what needs to be done to rectify these wrongs, going towards the reconciliation and the repair work that needs to be done. And so after the truth-telling portion, then we'll have the healing circles, where Native partners will be offering healing circles as the reconciliation process and space to the commission and the community. And I see Monape with us here. And so I would like to invite you if you'd like to share a piece of that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. This first paragraph just kind of talks about some of the takeaways that this group is going to receive, and I think initially we were thinking about training folks in the city, and that shifted to just us taking full responsibility for it, you know, and this talks about the benefits of why healing circles are important to prepare for reconciliation and to help people through the process of telling their truths. And I don't have control. Scroll down just a little bit. These are safe spaces for people to come and just prepare their heart and mind for their truth. I say that as in we have options on how to utilize these circles. One option is preparation for truth telling. Another option is, I don't know, I guess I would use the word dusting off from a truth telling, or getting recentered. It takes a lot of your spirit and your strength, emotional strength and physical strength too, to push through trauma, push through the pain. But in these spaces, we're able to provide a collective wisdom that would help encourage somebody forward through that. We can utilize these spaces to do conflict resolution. In here, they use the word intervene, and intervene is one of the terms that we used. And we'd like to think that if we don't see eye to eye on some things, we can create connectivity between opposition, and we feel like that helps resolve any hard feelings, but also at the same time pushing forward with whatever the issue is, the problem is. There are times where we might hear something that we don't like to hear in those circles. And there's a teaching that goes along with it about, you know, whatever's in our heart and mind when we come to the circle, whatever troubles might be going on at home, or even more national issues as opposed to local issues. But in those moments, we might hear things that might cause us to set down whatever we come to the meeting for and address conflicting things within the circle. And at the end of those circles, we still have to deal with that thing that you originally brought, that original intention that you had brought. Maybe it never gets addressed. But these are spaces to encourage the community to utilize their words and to help them through those emotions, to hopefully get to an understanding, or even if we get to a place where we agree to disagree, we have a little more respect than maybe not knowing a person at all. So this generates that connectivity, even though you can have opposing views. There's a lot of healing pieces to this. And in the objectives, it kind of covers all that. It's an eloquent way of covering these different dynamics that I've talked about. And in here also, keep scrolling down a little bit. In here, we, the components, the timings of these events. It sounds like we might be called upon to maybe do the opening of this thing, the opening of this space. And we're also tasked as facilitators to generate some topics or things that people might cover either during or after their truth-telling events. And we're also working with a couple other people here and abroad that have data and have input on how this impacts communities in a positive way. So the participants down below that who will participate, obviously there's a little vetting process to invite people to those spaces. Most of these are generally open, but I do understand that there is a desire to maybe have more private ones with particular people. So a lot of this can be a primer for the truth-telling event. Some of this can be aftercare. Go ahead and keep rolling down. Tasks. So in here, this kind of overlaps with the fact finding and things. Plus with the data that we can come up with on how this impacts communities, you would be able to start gathering data to demonstrate how successful all this can be. So go ahead and keep scrolling down. Yeah, formal invitations, those will go out, and we will be in communication with the event planners and the commission to we're kind of trusting folks to out of the people that are invited, there's a invitation for them to choose the options of interacting with indigenous methods of or preparing them for their truth-telling event. And then, of course, we'll be supporting and following up with those that are involved. Yeah, and I'm not worried about that. Yeah, we have to sort out where we'll do this at. There was a piece in here that kind of describes how this will go down. I can't remember how far. Yeah, location, we ain't worried about that. Well, basically, to kind of cover what we've been doing as far as what we're willing to offer. I know Terry Medina had typed up we call him T. He's another one of the Native partners, and we did a method that I had learned on doing talking circles, and the next day we did his method. And I guess we're asking for the trust to be able to determine rather spontaneously which method to utilize in particular situations. And so Terry has a lot of wisdom with dealing with folks in reactionary situations, you know, and I really trust him and praise his ability to communicate with people. And I have the method that I utilize kind of helps center people and helps each other understand the next person. Maybe somebody's in mourning and we didn't know it, and you know, those things really should help us build compassion and empathy and towards one another, you know. So I think anybody that's going to be standing in their truth and offering that truth, it makes them stand stronger. It picks them up, makes them stand a little bit straighter. A lot of folks walk with shame, you know, so my method kind of pulls some of that information, not the information, but about themselves, who they are, where they come from, and what they're grateful for, and being able to stand in beauty like that. That's those two methods, and then at some point, you know, I want to introduce a Lakota woman that works for the University of Iowa that has data on the positive impacts of talking circles with Indigenous communities, and thereby extension, Iowa City, when we utilize these techniques. So maybe that's another discussion for another day, but I think kind of calling her a little late into the game, but I think what she has to offer is really valuable for us all. So I think that's about it. Any questions?
Okay, this is Commissioner Lauren.
Yeah.
So we only have one more meeting before this all happens. And that's 3 weeks from today. So I would hope that at that meeting we'd be able to have an idea of, at least a general idea, who are the people that are going to be presenting, are going to be talking and doing the truths and stuff. So what should we do as a commission set for the next 3 weeks?
It's a great question. Can we finish going through the concept note and then move on to phase 2 next steps? I mean, that's a great question on what we should do. Is there anything else, Leo, that you wanted to go over before we dive into that discussion?
Yes, thank you for the question. And so this recommendation is in here twice because it's really important that commissioners, that each of you please spend time with the trauma-informed truth-telling and witnessing protocol before any initial interviews with community members or potential truth tellers. That document was very carefully put together, and it really outlines how these hearings can be structured in a way that hold people well and take care of their needs mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. And so it's really important to spend time with that. And with your preparation work here, to Commissioner Simmons's point, it is really important. And Chair Chastity Dillard, if you could also, to your point around setting maybe it was Commissioner Lauren, about setting a date to work backwards, right? So you have the date set for when these events are going to be, and then work backwards from there amongst yourselves for what feels like a feasible time frame for the outreach. Because again, you already have the community connections, so it's a matter of making a phone call, hopping on an email, sending a text, or doing WhatsApp. I don't know about WhatsApp. That's not something I've had access to, but apparently it's a thing. And so whatever your best means of communication is with these organizations who you are connected with, do that initial outreach. to, with this more clear, figure out what your clear message is from this, what your focus is, which is outlined here, share that and welcome in those 4 to 6 people who are ready, who are at that point of readiness to be able to share their truth openly and publicly around the theme of public safety, criminal justice, and racial injustice and police violence. I think.
Thank you, Leo. Did you have any other things? Otherwise, we'll move
Yes.
into discussion.
I would just
Very
like to
briefly.
say-
Sorry.
Sorry, you're good to go.
Yeah, thank you. So the 4 to 6 people could include 1 to 3 community members who have been either mistreated by police or experienced a situation that was escalated. So this is at the top of page 5. And so it outlines who those 4 to 6 people could be, so that ideally there is a diverse representation, not just of community members, but also potentially a council member who is active on the topic of law enforcement and public safety, or a city government official who could speak to the topic, or maybe a retired or active law enforcement member who has experienced this from the inside. And I yield. Thank you.
Cliff?
Just want to say I appreciate your approach, Monape. That's all. I really do. Everything you were saying sounds like it'll be fantastic. Sorry about that. My voice sounds a little weird.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we've heard the concept note, and Lauren, our vice chair, had the great question. We want to set a date to have all the people solidified. I believe you suggested by our next meeting, which is in 3 weeks. What is everyone's immediate thoughts? And just so I understand, Leo, you're saying for these 2 days, we should have 4 to 6 people each day. Is that what
Yes.
Just making sure I understand that. So not as many people as we might think at first, but we could still, I mean, the private meetings will still happen before and after with people. So that feels to me less daunting for 30 days. How do we want to move forward? Or does anyone have initial thoughts on what we've just learned or want to talk about anything specifically?
I still feel like this is testing ground to a degree because we're kind of learning as we go. We do have a lot that we have to get it done and accomplished, but I don't mind the smaller groups. That I feel like that's more digestible if we can work that out. I feel like that's perfect. So where do we go from here? That's a good question. Do we want to break things up into groups and kind of categorize and tackle? What you guys want to do?
A good question. Sorry, I think my brain is starting to not work as much, you guys.
I believe that's a good suggestion. We break up into groups, and some of us already have contacts with people. And then we have to put that together. I don't know when there's another meeting, maybe a work session, see whose names are already there. Do we have sufficient number or not? But I'm saying that from tomorrow, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start seeking for other people to see. And we just need to coordinate this give the names to the chairperson or the vice chair, the names that you have. And then an arrangement can be made. I don't know who facilitates that on vetting, and then setting up a date to hear from them before they go to the event. And then from there, it's just shortlisting. But we have to do this very, very quickly. Some of the commissioners have had some people already in their way. They have probably heard from those people to a good degree that they can now tell, I think this is a good person.
Maybe we should take stock of what leads we have, how many leads we have, and kind of go from there. Because if we have, like maybe you have somebody that you know for sure is like solid. Maybe you have someone you know is solid. So how many people do we have currently who are on board that are willing to do this, this moving forward? And then we can decide how many people do we need to try to outreach and kind of break it up from there.
I think that sounds like a great idea. One thing I want to mention is that we probably do have to think about how to manage expectations. Because if we're going to be reaching out to some people, a number of them we're not going to ask to come forward in the public meeting. And I don't know how to do that. I mean, how do we manage that so that they still feel heard, but they don't feel slapped because they weren't chosen?
That's a great question.
Well, I think we need to have a concise message when we're reaching out to these groups. I think basic one, we need ones for the public. And I'm assuming that some of these people already have people in mind because they've been sitting on this for the last couple of years. So, and also have the ones that will want to speak in private. Right now, I'm most concerned about the public ones. Because right now we're kind of putting the cart in front of the horse when we don't know who the people are. So, I mean, since we have 3 weeks till the next meeting, I mean, I would hope that at least in the next 15. So maybe by the Monday the 26th, which basically is the rest of this week, or just tomorrow, all next week, and then maybe by Monday, and I don't know, either by email or something else, we get.
That's too soon. That's only 2 weeks. To do what?
At least to find out of the definite, the ones that they already know that yes, they are willing to do this and get those people, and then from there until. I mean, it'll give us another.
I see Leo has his hand up again. Did you want to say something, Leo?
Sure. Just a quick suggestion on pacing for outreach and preparation. See how it lands, see how it feels, make whatever adjustments feel good to you. But my initial recommendation would be to do initial outreach by 2/22, so by next Thursday. So just on a 1 week basis, from here to the 22nd, initial outreach to whomever you're going to be reaching out to, who you know have people ready, and then have a pre-meeting with that person by 2/29. Again, if this feels feasible, beautiful. If not, adjust accordingly, and then you can make your selections on March 7th at your next meeting. And to your concern around setting expectations, it's really important to be straightforward of letting people know that we have a maximum of 12 spots for this, and we want to be as clear and comprehensive in how we do this as possible. And so we are not going to be able to select everyone. We're not going to be able to welcome everyone in on this first round. We want to hear you. We want to honor your truth, honor your story, honor your experience. And so this might be the only opportunity that you have in this present moment to share your truth. And we want to hold that with you in preparation for this. And you might not be one of those who engage in the public hearing in this round, and so point forward towards your plans moving forward of having another round. Again, not making any promises, but letting them know that this is the beginning of this work, beginning of the building of momentum of this work. And so honoring the fact that they are willing to sit down with you in the first place, and being transparent about the fact that you're not going to be able to hold space for everyone in this one event, but we are really holding these hearings as a starting place, or as a next step forward, because you've been doing this work for too long to call anything a starting place.
Yeah, we're not dismissing anybody. We're saving
Yeah.
anything, right? Any
Right.
information that we get, so we could just take it to another time, right?
Yes.
All right, just
Yeah.
to clarify that. Good.
Thank you.
So it seems, I think that's a great idea, Leo, to make it more paced in that way, do our initial outreach. The way I see it is, again, if from everyone I've talked to, if you know people that you think might be willing to share publicly, we speak this week with them and we share just a little bit about what we're looking for. And if they express interest, then we can all send it to Stephanie and share with us all together. And then we can move into next steps, which would be pre-meetings. I also think another initial step would be to reach out to partner organizations, especially the ones from this list. Some of us have our names next to ones that we've already agreed to be liaisons for, and maybe if other people have connections to unassigned ones, we can move in that direction as well to get assigned. And maybe there's organizations or businesses or someone in this community that's not, or entities in this community that's not represented that you do have a connection to, and we can add that to the list. And I could work with Stephanie on creating Stephanie and Leo and our consultant team on some good communication to, for an email, but I think we all agree that this is going to be best in person conversation or over the phone versus like simply sending out an email as well. That might be the initial talk. That's my initial thoughts. And then move into the week after the 22nd, which I believe he said is the 29th, where we're focusing on how we do those pre-meetings, where if we're working with let's say nonprofit organization, they've already vetted them and then we talk to that person. That could probably be done individually. If it's talking to the person that is going to be doing the testimony, we should probably talk together in pairs. Definitely talk in pairs. That's what the recommendation has been from facilitators and from city manager, deputy city manager. And then move to the next week when we have our final meeting and we bring up our suggestions, where maybe some guidance from Think Piece would be to talk about it without identifying everyone, just sharing the stories and decide which ones we want to do, which might give us the opportunity to build that story as Commissioner Simmons has been suggesting from the beginning. So
I have a question. Did I miss something, or did we come across any type of advertising at all?
Advertising for this?
Yeah, to kind of get this out there for people. Did we ever?
So
am I missing something, or did we not come across something?
I don't know if we've put out any advertising, but I believe everything's been fully solidified this week. So we can, I have no idea.
What's the likelihood that we could put it on buses?
Or on
buses
those?
everywhere, literally something that's big, bold,
Press
and out there that's
release.
press release.
I know
all
that Stephanie has been working on press releases and things like that.
things that drive around
And get
billboards, something.
signage for people to attend or speak their truth, or both.
Well, both. Here's the reason why. Just tonight, when I was at the gym again, speaking with the guys there, I have a lot of new people that have come in, and they all said they're from different places, different countries, everywhere, but here now living in Iowa City. And the one thing they all said was, I had no idea about anything that's going on with this. I don't even know what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is. Wow, that's amazing. And you know what? I got a lot to say here. Those are the things that I keep hearing from people who are just brand new coming in here. So when I hear that, I'm hearing, okay, nobody has a clue about what we're doing. How are they going to ever show up? We need to make sure that there's something out there that is always available for them to see as they walk by. That's the whole reason why I brought up the whole billboard thing a long, long time ago, because that's sometimes you got to walk by something a million times before you see it. And if we had it on buses, like those print ups, those could get done at a print shop somewhere pretty fast. I don't know how the contract would work with getting it on the buses and everywhere else, but that's driving around. Even if it's in your peripheral, that goes a long way. And one day, somebody will say, you know what, I do have something to say today, or I didn't know this existed. So let's move forward with it. To make it attractive too that's kind of why we got all these symbols and all this good stuff, is to kind of get people to say, you know what is that? I'm curious about it. Now I want to be a part of it. So if we could get it out there before, this is tight, I get it, but that's the only way. I really feel like.
I mean, I think you've been saying it for a long time, Cliff, and I do hear you. I think that's a great idea. I think we're finally in the right space because we know a little bit more what we're doing. And Stephanie, would you be able to help us just figure out what that process might be to put flyers or like on the buses, or
For what date?
for like just like a flyer that showcases all of the events for that week? Or a flyer that showcases that if you wanted to, this is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Would you like to share your truths? This is how you reach out to us.
We're a highway campaign banner. I know we're not allowed to have, or correct me if I'm wrong, please, if we're not allowed to have like billboards and stuff like that in Iowa City's.
Isn't there a billboard on like?
Right.
Can I add something? The listening posts that were done by the city, by the council, that preceded the constitution of TRC really brought people out. So, Stephanie, I don't know how that was done, but I know for me, I read it somewhere. It brought people out. But one of the things I noticed on that, and I voiced that to the mayor, that for example, the one at Massa Park and Weatherby Park, somebody looking would not tell that they are BIPOC people in Iowa City. So it did reach a lot of people and people attended. So, and even if you go back right now and look at the pictures that were taken there, not really, you just think that Iowa City is just Caucasian. So using that, how people are reached, and then have that consideration. And also because our own communication, for example, for whatever we've done and we've invited the public, we somehow, for some reason, we've not been very successful. And I think, Cliff, that's where you're coming from with this, of doing something different other than doing the same thing. But it worked pretty well for example, the healing circles, not having a lot of people. But we need people to come out because we really have a short time to get to March 20th and 21st.
Yeah. I feel like the students are somewhere that are the first and foremost, the ones that might join in the most. And then just if we have things that are throughout the city limits, throughout the entire city, just to let it be known. So
I think these are all great ideas. I also think we should, what's the right word? Think about our expectations for this first event. Think about, are we thinking about this as a big event? I mean, it seems like it's going to be kind of smaller and intimate. It says 50 people. We definitely want to fill it, but this isn't going to be, as of right now, the only event that we're going to do. This is the first event.
Okay.
And we have opportunities before and after to continue gathering truths, to continue outreaching. It's going to get warmer out. There's going to be lots more opportunities. For example, the diversity market, to do those things you're talking about, to continue getting people to these events. Should we decide to continue doing it after this first initial event, and we learn what we need to tweak or do differently. I do see that Leo's hand is up again.
Sorry, just for clarity, on page 8, Chair Dillard, I believe you referenced Daring to Feed 50 People. So there's a list of some resources of important pieces to make sure to put together in preparation for this event, preparation for the space, a transcription software to take care of the recording, therapeutic materials around especially for the recordings. It is helpful to have a backdrop printed with the logo of the commission and the name of the event. So we have that on there as something not necessary, but could be very helpful again moving forward. But yes, communications outreach is the second to last. It would be important to have a press release, possibly a media conference, and invitations for media to show up to this.
I think we're underestimating this, and I think we're thinking too small. And I think if we continue to do that, it's going to be at our own demise. I don't believe that there's another one to do after this one, but let's just say that there is. You still want this one to be the best because it's where we have the majority of the resources at. I would recommend that you try to make sure that this is on social media, that you make the press release.
Everything.
I think that we get on the Steele report and we have a conversation on the Steele report talking about
what?
the Steele report.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
I understand. But there's a TV show that's called the Steele Report that comes right after Meet the Press that happens on Sundays.
Okay.
That we do commercials, that we invest our money to make sure that this is the most well-known event. And then if we get 50 people, fantastic. If we get 100 people, even better, or whatever the number is.
I'd rather turn people away than
right. You want to turn people away versus not have enough people.
That's how you get synergy. Yeah, I agree.
And then you want to make sure that this is a production, that the event that happens in March is a production. It's like you will put on a play. So you don't want to just, small time it. I mean, you want the sign that says, TRC. You want some videos that may show people having some of the conversations so you can explain to people what the process is. You want to make it something so that when they get out of it, they just don't hear people's truths. They really understand what we were attempting to achieve and why this process is so important. It's the main marketing tool that you have. And it's a thing that you will use, in essence, to move the city council to do something different.
I think making it bigger makes it more comforting, as weird as that might sound, because it's saying it's okay. It's kind of drawing people in.
You want there to be something in the newspaper, an article about this. We want to have conversations with people. You want to blitz for the next, you can do preparation for the next 2 weeks, but you really want to blitz starting March with everything that we're trying to do for that 2 weeks. This is what's going on. This is why we're doing it. We want you to come out. We want you to come out. Space repetition. Get on the radio shows. This is why we're doing this. This is why this is important. I understand some of you all are from Cedar Rapids, but here's why it's important to all of you all. This is why you want to be a part of this. This is what we're doing. In the world where there's no more, diversity and inclusion because, that's being pushed to the side, this is why these conversations are important. Because if we don't have the conversations now, we're going to have the conversation a very different way later.
So we are having two levels of invites. The 12 spots that Leo talked about the people who are truth-telling. And then I guess the other invitation of people coming to listen. So,
want people to come to your main event, whatever that is. You say you may have 12 people. You may not want as many, people there, but you want to make it engaging and you want to be able to communicate what's happening and why this is of importance. So I say yes. You want around 100 people there, 50 to 150 people.
We're talking about participants as well as the audience.
You want the audience to be there, and then you want to put on a show for the audience about why this is important.
Word of mouth goes a long way.
So going back to the 12 slots, up to 12 slots, or how we are going to do to start, first of all, getting those about 12 people.
So like we said a little bit ago, we're going to reach out to the people that we already know over this next week, and by next Thursday, bring it back to our team here, who we've decided that we are going to move forward in our vetting process.
So are we saying when we say bring back by next Thursday, how is that bring back?
Email Stephanie, and Stephanie will forward it to all of us.
Okay.
And Stephanie, quick question. Who is in charge of the website? The current TRC website? Like
What do you want? Let me ask that.
well, that's a perfect place for us to put the advertisement for this event, be the easiest one to manipulate. And then from there, we can share the link on social media, whatever else, to get the word out. I mean, it's the city's website. So that's a perfect place where we can actually, put the advertisement about this project. And as things come up, if we have video to add to it, we can add it in there, but once we get it on that page, and then that's the link that we can share on the social media. So I was wondering who's the person we would talk to about that?
Well, I mean, I think if you have an image or a flyer, if you get it to me, then I can make the change. If that's answering your question.
Okay.
I make the change and then it goes to somebody in, a different department and they approve it.
Okay.
So are we all clear on for the 12, how we're going to move forward in trying to gather those? Do we have any questions right now about how to do that?
We have the location set for the March event.
So V and Annie are working on solidifying the final locations, because we're looking at and with Stephanie, we're looking at something a little bit more inviting right now.
Like what?
Not this room.
Like what?
I have no idea, but I can get you the information.
Annie?
They've been working on that.
So I'm thinking one place could be Terry Trueblood. That's where the Henry Harper event is going to be at the end of February, Royce Ann's Soul Food Dinner for the whole community.
It's next Friday. It's a week from tomorrow.
Right, but what I mean is, so the community is going to be there soon. So why don't you tell me where you think is good? I was thinking Terry.
Terry Trueblood is not accessible via bus transportation and everything, so that and the acoustics are terrible there.
I was thinking something that's more in the city.
Yeah.
Good. So tell me what you're thinking. Here's one thing. Some of the places like the library, that was the place that Sakawa suggested. When I called and said there was going to be smudging, they were like, no. So I'm taking notes right here, and I will call all the places you tell me.
All right.
Your place?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. I have no problem with my place at all, but I was thinking even so, yeah, I have literally no problem with using my place anytime. But I was thinking in the city, it makes it the easiest for everybody. It's the central point. And then if it was somewhere that was a little bit nicer, that's a little bit more attractive. I was thinking even, but time frame wise, I know we threw the Golden Gloves over there at the Graduate, and the Graduate was huge. It was beautiful. It was nice. It fit a lot of people. It's easy access to getting food, everything like that. It's easy access for everybody through transportation. Other than that, do we have friends that are like at the Englert?
That's what I think. Like Englert,
yeah,
or
that would be
Screen Scene
fantastic.
is-
Screens,
film scene.
Film Scene.
Those places are stages.
That's
Those
where I
places
would
are
recommend.
made for it. So that
And there's parking.
parking easy, and you don't even need parking. You catch a bus, hop on it. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm excited.
This is getting I'm all right. Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
This is where we should be.
Great ideas. Any other ideas? Because I'll just make calls tomorrow.
University, is there a university willing to work with us and giving us their auditoriums or anything else? along those
IMU, I
lines?
mean-
IMU or even Hancher. I
Okay,
feel less
okay.
positive about Hancher, but
I don't know what that is.
Andrew is a beautiful
Yeah,
space. Very,
Yeah.
it's,
I've not been there yet.
what else is downtown? Any of the hotels.
Okay.
Corville, are we thinking about Corville at all?
I think since we're a city commission here, we need to stay here.
Insulting.
That's fine, just thoughts.
Sense.
But yes, if we found somewhere that wasn't downtown, would there be a space
That was.
that was on the bus line still?
Right.
All right, let's think about the bus lines then. What's on the bus lines that are easy accessible that are not downtown? I mean, like I said,
Sycamore.
always could use my place, but that's,
I would think something like Marcus Theaters.
The
that's
theater?
great. Yeah.
Marcus.
We need two spaces, one for the truth telling, one for the circles.
Really excellent question. So I was thinking that we did, but in a meeting that we had on Tuesday morning with Eduardo and Melinda and Monape, they were saying that it would happen in the same space. So all of a sudden auditorium seating doesn't look so great, right? But like in film scene, there are rooms that you could get that are not.
Mm-hmm.
So, and in like the Graduate, there are.
Plenty of spots.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Graduate is one of the best. We had places for people to train, places for people to have discussions, all of the above, and the big ballroom. And it all depends on their availability. And they usually like to be kind of told ahead of time, but I'm pretty sure
Call
they
them
would do
first tomorrow.
the first thing tomorrow. And if they
Yeah.
got the time
Yeah, will do.
pretty sure they would work with it.
And were you downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, it's a
It was
great
great.
space down there.
Absolutely.
Cool.
I would
Okie doke. So you've got my email address, right? You can email me with like, I woke up in the middle of the night. What about this? Okay.
And so Annie, you're working on that and V's working with you on that as well? Or this is your task?
We can be working on, I mean,
I'm
we just found out that it was both days, right? And we wanted to hear from you that that was okay before we really launched. I have
yeah,
to
we
say.
already agreed that we wanted to do both days.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Midweek. Okay. Okay. So we'll both work on it. You know, if they can work on it, that'd be great.
Who's more familiar with the Englert? I mean, are you guys all? Are there a lot of spaces that are in there that are?
They have an upstairs space.
We have an upstairs.
So
Yeah.
they do have breakaway places where it
Yeah.
could possibly be
There's
done.
at
That's
least
famous.
It
There's at least
wouldn't be
one.
like,
There's at least one
right,
big breakaway
you have to go like
space.
go up some stairs,
Yeah,
but it's
that's
in
it.
the same
As long as
area.
what I'm
It's-
thinking is that place is
It's
famous.
not easily accessible though. We're talking about,
Yeah,
if
there's-
there's not an elevator.
I get it.
people
There
can't
is an
go-
elevator.
Yeah.
Is there?
Didn't you come up the elevator?
No, I walked the stairs.
That could
I
be a
thought there was an
problem.
elevator.
I don't remember there being an elevator, actually.
There was someone in the balcony who had a really serious walker, and I just can't imagine he went
Yeah.
downstairs.
There's
I
probably
feel like there's an elevator when you first come in. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
My memory's not
I
always
think
there.
you're,
But
wait a minute.
We
But I
need to
feel
find
like-
that out first
I think you're
before.
right, actually. Now that I think about it, last time we were there was a Nutcracker. And I think, yeah.
Because I feel like somebody was like, yeah, you
Yes,
can use
there
the
is.
elevator
There was
to
like a little
take
bar
food
and stuff.
upstairs.
Yeah, you're right.
So
I looked out the window out there, yeah.
I know that you just said that you didn't think we would be in the same space, but I guess
It could be in a separate space.
well, and I guess I kind of imagine there'd be multiple circles maybe running, because I mean, we're not gonna have 50 people in one circle, right? Or
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. What's being thought of for the circles now is primarily for the speakers and their support people, as opposed to
Yeah.
people who are witnesses who are re-traumatized themselves, right?
okay.
So, so if it were just those folks, maybe it's like 20, but there could be other people added. So
I feel like
so
it's a
let's
missed
percolate.
opportunity to not give people in the community an opportunity to experience that at the same time.
Help me. I'm lost. Why would it be, I'm lost, help me?
So I think, I don't know, I'm not talking for you, but I think to observe and get to understand might make you feel a little more comfortable in joining in.
I think
Is
for
that-
the circles, having a smaller group and having a more, I could be wrong. I don't want to speak for like Monape and the Native partners, but I feel like, having like 50 people going around speaking would be pretty,
Right.
like, we would be there
Yeah.
till like
Yeah.
next week,
Right.
the
Yes,
week
sir.
after.
I
And,
saw,
and that's not the purpose.
Yeah, that's
The
not what I'm
purpose
saying.
is for people who have spoken and started reliving a trauma, a harm, that this is a space for them
Okay.
to debrief, to reconnect with themselves.
Mm.
Right?
It might
So-
be nice to have one area where, because obviously if you're people who are listening
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
if they get triggered,
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
exactly.
really worried
but I
about.
would say that might be more of a larger group kind of place where they go or something like that than going to the same place where the person who spoke.
Well, I
having
think
that-
we talked about that and if I remember right, we said they were gonna, I don't want to say what people said. I feel like there was something that came up about having folks available.
Oh, the mobile.
Yeah, so the community has the mobile crisis people. And so if you read the concept paper, it talks about having at least 2 BIPOC mobile crisis people.
Right.
And so like that. The other piece that I want to add in, and I'm taking in what you're saying, we don't assume that we're the only ones with ideas or good feels for what should be happening. But one thing you want to think about too is when Eduardo was talking about, he said, you want people at the door greeting people. You want people helping people know where to put their coat, where sitting is, what's going on. And so that's part of your potential partners too. You're looking for folks who are like, yeah, I want to support this. I want to be part of that team. And then it seems like you would have at least an email. If not, they come early and somebody tells them what to do. If, I don't know that it would be a meeting ahead of time, like a week ahead of time to be trained. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like you need extensions of yourselves, extensions of the community to welcome folks.
I think you're asking that what you're saying is that we need to create a welcoming and warm environment.
Yes,
And in order to do that, then that may need to be more than just the folks that are
absolutely.
here.
That is exactly. Thank you.
And that we ultimately need to then prepare them for what that
That's exactly
actually-
right.
what that means.
That's
right?
exactly right.
So again, I'm just trying to get back to the seriousness of this is that this is the whole presentation of this is significant work that needs to be done. I wouldn't do the healing circles. The healing circles are for those who need some support and additional help, who are primarily the ones who are speaking.
Mhm.
Primarily.
Exactly.
There may be some others that may be triggered that we can then direct them a place to go, but it's primarily for the ones who are
Yes.
speaking, right?
That's what
Yes.
that's what I was really thinking about.
Right. But it's not it's not really quote unquote the public part of it.
Mhm.
It's really the checking in at the end to say, how are you feeling? Do you need some time to sit? Do you want us to engage with you? Really make sure that person is all right before they walk out the door.
Right. And Chad, actually, I want to encourage any commissioners who have not sat in circle. A lot of you have, like there were 3 of you at the one on Saturday. There's one coming up on Saturday from 1 to 4 at Wright House of Fashion.
We had the
But-
one at Wright House of Fashion. I think this one upcoming is at Dream City.
Nope.
They're having them both at Wright House of
Both,
Fashion?
yeah.
Oh,
You're
okay.
you're thinking of like the first pass, the first email version that went out. But
Oh.
the second one, yeah. So sorry. No, it's really good that we're clarifying because it turned out that smudging was not going to work there,
Oh, okay.
even though it had happened before, just on double checking. So that changed things. So yes to what you're saying, and there will be like a format that is like a circle. So people are sitting there, the talking piece is passed to them. There are certain questions. Anyway, Monape can talk a lot more about it if you want to hear about it. But so it will be both.
So, Annie, I just want to make sure that I'm more crystal clear on this. I'm sorry, I get more driver when I'm trying to make sure I'm clear.
That's fine.
I think it is it the intention? First question is how many of our team members that are consultants are going to be there?
Dave Ragland and Melinda will be there as kind of the MCs for the truth-telling part. Okay. And Monape and T and Danielle and V and I will be there for the healing circles. So we'll all be there, and those are kind of the roles we're doing. we can also be helpful with as greeters if you want. But I've said multiple times, if you don't want me front facing, I'm fine, you know? So it's,
So we'll have the two people there that will be a part of the presentation. They'll be on the stage doing the introductions, bringing in the next person,
exactly,
pretty much working through the flow of that.
exactly, good.
We as the commissioners are not a part of that, or we're a part of that as much as we want to be a part of that, is what I'm hearing you
You know,
say.
I don't have a visual, so I'll have them write to you.
I can
Okay.
help with that. That's my jam.
Okay. So I just
Okay,
want
so you want to be in
down.
communication then with Eduardo and about that?
Okay.
Cool, great.
so I'm down with that. The strategic doing is not a part of this.
That's right.
So it's not a part, right?
No, not for this. No.
No,
Nor
not at
is
all.
the public facing piece is really the fact finding of sharing the information
The
and
truth telling, we would say truth telling.
Well, there's a fact finding, right?
Right, but I don't know how much of, I don't know, you know, I personally don't know how much of that there'll be. There is that as a Zoom thing on the 14th, which is the previous week. And then Monday, I think Monday is the 18th. Larry will be in town to do that. He's not here to say what it is. So
Larry's not going to be at the main session of the
truth telling. No, he's going to be a different night.
He's going to be on here on that Monday and that Tuesday.
Who's going to be at that Monday and Tuesday session?
Larry.
Larry.
I mean, who's the population that's going to be attending that session?
Anyone that we invite, in that week, the public is invited to come listen to.
We're inviting them to participate, to hear different sections of it over a 4 or 5 day period of time.
Yes. Well,
So they will come in, and I just want to make sure, I'm sorry for getting driver, but I'm not sorry for what I'm asking. They're going to come in and they're going to hear the fact finding on Monday and Tuesday.
sorry, Thursday is going to be like, he's going to do a Zoom because we said that we wanted him to do that
The week before.
the week before on the 14th. And then that Monday on the 18th, he's going to be here to do that presentation in person for fact finding. And then I believe it's not until the 20th and the 21st when we have truth telling.
Yes.
And we decided we wanted to also have the healing circles on those same nights.
The healing circles, if we're going to separate that, that's really just to make sure the people that are participating are fine,
Yes.
right? There is no strategic doing.
Right.
No.
Right.
How long do you think the fact finding is going to be?
Maybe an hour, and like he has to do the presentation and then he's gonna like do a guided discussion. People ask questions. Hour or two.
And then how long do you think the truth telling?
So, and I believe they have it for like an hour and a half or an hour and 45 minutes.
You know, I can look here.
The
Five-
schedules.
The whole evening is, I saw something that was 5:30 to 9:30,
Yes.
right? So
Mhm.
we're thinking of the same thing.
That's what they're looking at for those 2 days.
Yeah.
I don't have the paper in front of me, but it's one of the things that we can click on in the concept note that they sent out. with
No
the
one is
schedule.
going to sit through a 5:30 to 9.
It's not going to be, it's the two events. It's the truth telling is probably a couple of hours. And then the healing circles is an hour, hour and a half. or
Remember,
how
the
long
healing
people-
circle is a part for the individuals that are participating and going
Right.
through. It's separate.
And separate
about
and
the-
after.
I'm talking about the crowd.
Yes.
So they wouldn't have to stay for healing.
No.
So they can leave after truth
Right.
telling is done, they can take off.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about the crowd,
Yes,
right? So I'm talking about the audience,
yes,
not the participants.
Yes.
Right. So the audience, we expect to come 2 days. And the first day spend 2 hours for the fact finding, and then spend another 2 hours for the truth telling.
The first day, yes.
Or they can, I
No.
mean, I imagine people can come to what they want. So like if they wanted to come to the truth telling, but not the fact finding, they
Yeah.
could, or if they want to see what the truth telling is about and not, or, not come to
We
the,
can also watch online for the fact
Yeah.
finding if they don't want to come in person on that first day.
so it wouldn't be like mandatory that you better be here every day.
My suggestion is to package it together as if it's a movie where everything is in the movie.
I mean, but we made this decision 2 meetings ago.
I'm fine if you want to,
Like,
I understand that we made the decision based on the best information we had at that time. And if we want to go with what the plan is, and it is what it is. My suggestion is that you're not going to have people that are going to come multiple days to sit through this experience. That what you do is that you have one show, and you can show it like a movie multiple times, but it is one show. And then they can come to the show and experience everything.
So we
versus
could
come
start
today.
with a short period of truth telling, not have a discussion, but just have them do the presentation of I'm sorry, not truth telling, presentation of fact finding. They get that taken care of, that's done. We move into truth telling. And then the people who have gone through the truth telling and would like to stay for the circles, we take care of them. Also, we have community on board to help with folks in the crowd who might be triggered.
So you do a 2-hour experience of fact finding and truth telling.
Yeah, that's not going to work for this time. We've already made the decision. The flights have already been booked. We have to do it the way we've already decided.
I
We
think
don't have to.
I mean,
But if that's what you're saying we're going to do, then I'll
I mean, I don't see how there's a choice, but you can enlighten me how there is.
there is a choice. There are consultants. And you want to
Money-
package it together to just be able to provide the experience instead of having people try to come like for a week of this experience of experiencing different pieces. It's just my suggestion from a success perspective.
I hear you. I wish we had this suggestion 2 weeks ago.
Understood?
I think also we need to keep in mind, we've got 2 different narratives running through here. One narrative is, this is the penultimate or ultimate extravaganza. The other narrative is that it's a pilot test. Okay. It's not going to be both. It's going to, maybe it will be some sort of combination of both, what am I saying? But it's just that it's not going to be perfect. So we don't know how it's going to turn out. So however we do it, we're going to learn from it, and people are going to get something of value out of it, and we'll change it the next time we do it.
Listen, Louis, you can believe that, and I'm totally fine that you believe that. I'm fine with that. This is the only time that we're going to have the chance to do it with our consultants. That's it. Then we're going to have to present whatever we present. Depending on what we present depends on what else we're going to get or not get.
Right.
So I'm trying to bring to reason the politics of this whole thing versus what we think is perfect. We have to make sure that this at least is presented in such a way that we truly get some benefit of it. That's all I'm recommending.
And I'm just saying we're going to get some benefit either way. Either one of them is going to
Like
give
I
us some
said,
benefit.
believe what you want on this one, but I'm really trying to press on this one is that, again, when it comes to us trying to put this together, we're not even, like I said, we're not even, I'm fine with
So I think what you're saying is like first impressions.
it.
Is that kind of along, like this is setting the tone for the community and for everyone?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that most people only know of the chaos, if anything, of what we've gone through. They don't know of what it took us to get to this place. They just know the chaos. So we're going to go through here, and this is the communication of it all, right? This is it, and this is what they'll ultimately see. Even they will only choose to come back to experience it again if they think that this is something that was worthwhile.
Have valid points, definitely.
So whatever, said doing it separate, and you're right, hey, I should have brought it up. Let's say doing it separate, it is what it is. If it's not tight, then it's going to be a problem for us.
I want to respond to, it's not a pilot. It's a phase, it's a stage of carrying out the TRC charges. And it's the most, it's our first piece, and it was voted for as the first topic, especially on public safety, law enforcement, and especially because it's the most closely related to George Floyd death, what led to the creation of the TRC. So it's not a pilot. It's just the first fact-finding topic that we are working on, truth-telling and reconciliation. So it's not a test, it's not a pilot. It's just the beginning of working the first topic or that we are working on.
I'm just trying to tell you, it could be the end.
I think that's a good place for us to kind of finish off on. I think we all made our points. But it is 11 o'clock, guys. We probably should wrap it up a little bit.
And here's what I'd like to say in listening to that. What I'll do is see if there's a way to bring some fact finding in at the beginning. That you're right, the flights and everything has been booked. So Dr. Schooler's not going to be here, most likely. But I will see if there's a way to integrate some of that information into the 20th and 21st as well. Okay.
Sounds good.
I just want to add that in the facilitation, we may have folks who need language translation, Arabic and and the other ones.
Yeah.
And we don't know who we're gonna get, and probably can you facilitate, find a way in which that could be incorporated if it's needed. And our folks who do translation don't do it for free. They don't volunteer that they charge some money.
Right.
Yeah.
There are definitely still machines and apps that can help us out with that too.
We have funding.
Okay.
We can pay people, especially our people.
Perfect. And so what I'm used to is people in real time doing it, and I'm having trouble having someone speak in English and then someone speaks in Spanish and then someone speaks.
No, that's not what I meant.
Yes.
That is in the public ones, maybe, but if possible, leave to the community. In the truth-telling moment, 6 people, 7 people, some of them could be somebody who does not speak English very well.
Exactly.
That's
so
what
how
I
do we accommodate?
And I think this is a
multiple
conversation we can move outside of the meeting because it is
That
11
sounds great.
o'clock.
Thank you very much. I'd be glad to talk to you, Amos.
I am going to assume that we don't want to move on to any other agenda items and we want to move forward, and maybe our facilitators can send an email with all the updates that they wanted to provide. I will say from this moving forward, I'm going to need a lot of help. I'm going to need, if you have ideas on how we should design this communication plan, gonna need help. Can't do it by myself. We'll be working with the facilitators, but we definitely are going to have some outside meetings between now and the 7th. So I'll try to reach out to people, and if people can reach out to each other, and let's get that scheduled so we can move forward.
Can we use Zoom meetings? Zoom meetings would be easier.
Yes,
Easiest.
Zoom meetings are definitely possible. So
Can we at least get a flyer for?
I think that a flyer is in the works. So I believe that's the last thing I heard.
Okay.
So can we move to adjournment, or do we need to go to announcements?
Only announcement I have is my next show is called Combat Corruption, because it's important. So I will advertise everything that we're doing here during that show, because combat corruption is exactly what it means in multiple different ways, shapes, and forms. I deal with it on a constant basis in multiple different ways. I just don't bring it up here yet. I am waiting to tell my truth. Trust me. But that's all I have. It'll be March 9th is when it's supposed to be. So I have to.
Is this a box?
Yeah, it's a boxing.
Okay.
So, with that being said, that's all I got.
There's nothing else. I want to say once again, thank you so much, Marie. We're going to miss you. Does someone ask a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Good to go.